super excited for the guest that we have today. Huge shout out to Ryan Carniato for making this intro and making this all happen. Misko, wanna introduce yourself to the crowd quick?
Okay, hi. I'm Mishko. You probably know me from AngularJS days, then Angular. I had also something to do with Karma. Now I am currently work as a CTO at Builder.io. It's a company that works on a headless CMS systems, but it's visual. It's different. Maybe sometimes we can come over here and talk about that as well. So I run the engineering department there. And one of the things we want to do is we want to make web fast especially for our customers, but really for everybody in the web. And so this is where Qwik and Partytown comes in. And I think we're going to spend most of the time talking about Qwik and the magic behind it, right?
Definitely. In order to get to that as quick as possible, I want to quickly or sweep over some of the history because I think your path here in particular is really interesting. And on top of that, we just love talking about the history of how people got into web dev in the first place. So I'm curious, how did you actually get to web dev and eventually to Angular initially, and how has that affected the way that you've approached web dev since?
Yeah, it's a super old story. So I guess I started playing with computers when I was, I think, in the fourth grade or something, pretty long time ago. It was early 1980s, like 82 or 84 or something like that. I don't even remember anymore. And back in 84, I was a kid in Slovakia, which was a communist country where people didn't even know what computers were, right? And so the fact that I actually had access to one and I could play with one was kind of mind-blowing, and I loved it. I enjoyed every single bit of it. And so I just kind of stuck with it, and then eventually went to college. At college, I actually studied computer engineering. So that's the hardware design of things, specifically chip design. So things like layout, etc. And then when I graduated, I went to a company where I transitioned to doing embedded systems. So things like hardware for printers and things that actually run your devices, and software for that. And then slowly, the company decided oh, internet is a thing. We should do something with databases. So I started doing databases. And then from databases, I went to backend systems and eventually worked for Adobe. They had this thing called Flex, which is a framework. And then eventually I ended up at Google and I started working on this thing called AngularJS. So it's kind of funny because I joke that I'm probably the only JavaScript software engineer that knows how the transistor works and everything in between. And I kind of like it. It's kind of a fun, different perspective that to have all of this background. But yes, I had a very long, weird journey to eventually get to the front end.
That is so fascinating. In particular, I think that, and push back if you don't agree, it almost feels like your history in native and then back end is a big influence on the way you've approached front end, especially with the Angular framework. It almost feels like you were taking the MVC patterns that were working in the back end world at the time and bringing them to the front end.
I think so too, yes. And I also think it's helpful to actually understand, what happens in the CPU or on the low level, and kind of design a system so that it's friendly towards these low level things. So all of that stuff is useful.
Makes a ton of sense. I think it's super cool how you've bridged those gaps and how something like Qwik naturally is bridging the same gap, but narrowing the space between the two sides at the same time. It's super interesting how you've always been thinking in the bridge there, even with Angular, which it still isn't thought of as the back end for front ends. It's the back end architecture for your front end to attach the two together. But with Qwik, and especially Qwik City, feels like you're bridging that gap, both in terms of how we as developers think about the two sides, but also in terms of how close they are for performance reasons to speed things up.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear more about how we got all the way from Angular to Qwik.
Yeah, so that's a long story. Let's see. So I think I think Angular, I don't know if I can take some of the credit, but I will, at the risk of being shouted at, I will take some of the credit. I think Angular kind of changed the way the frameworks or the web apps are developed. Before Angular, we had jQuery and some kind of a server-side rendering technology like a PHP. And the thing was that there wasn't a component model, right? And I think what Angular successfully did is that it said actually you want to develop your application in the component model. It's funny because originally Angular didn't have a component model either, but eventually it kind of landed on this particular thing. And I think this component model has spawned lots and lots of frameworks, right? Everything from the successor to AngularJS, which is Angular, but also React, Vue, Svelte, Solid, you name it. All of these frameworks, I think, are kind of taking the component model and just running with it. And in a lot of ways, I feel like all of these frameworks, um, they're improving from each other and learning from each other, but they're really just improving on I would say, on a DX, right? The developer experience. And there hasn't been much improvement on the approach of like, how do we actually deliver the content to the browser? And I would argue that all of these are actually the same, like in terms of the way the content gets delivered to the browser. Like it doesn't matter whether they choose Angular, React, Vue, or whatever. It all kind of works the same way. And this is where I'm coming in with Qwik, and I'm going to kind of disturb that our points of view to things.
I'm going to push back very slightly on this. I almost entirely agree that most frameworks are now different flavors of components. And that's definitely something I've thought a lot about, especially like when we're comparing Angular, Vue, and React. In a lot of ways, they are just different ways to do components. But I do think we're in a new era right now with frameworks like Solid, and more in particular with frameworks like Svelte. I think Svelte's approach of, yeah, it kind of is single file components when you architect it, but it's also a compiler. It's inversed like what the role of the framework is. I agree it's still components with different DX, but I think it's a tiny bit unfair to call it just that when their focus on innovation is on the compiler side instead.
Yeah. So the way I look at it is that you can imagine a straight line on the graph, right? And different frameworks will have a slope to the line and offset, right? And so the offset is like the initial bundle size of a framework, and the slope of the line is really talking about, um, when I add features to my application, how is the thing going to go up? And so, absolutely, frameworks like Solid and Svelte are figuring out ways to make the line shallower, right? To make it that, like, even though you're adding more and more code, it's not going up as much as the other things. Because if you look at things like React, like the line is 1-for-1. For every single character that you add to your HTML page, like that character gets added to the output, and Angular is in the same boat, etc. And so you have other frameworks that kind of trying to make the line more shallow. My take on it is that, like, I actually want to make the line flat. I want to make the line slope to be 1, not 1, 0. Sorry, I don't know my math. Right. And what like, just like a hash table, right, has a O of 1, meaning that doesn't matter how much stuff you put in the hash table, the cost of retrieval is always the same. I want to basically have the same kind of framework in the sense of, like, it doesn't matter how big your application is. The initial startup is always the same.
I am fascinated. Yeah. I really like that framing of other solutions were more focused on like how do we affect the scale at which we're complexifying our code base and the amount of code we're shipping to users, whereas you're trying to remove the increase per addition entirely. Interesting.
Yeah, I would also frame it slightly differently, which is that I feel like we're in this world where if you end up with a large application, people are quick to blame the developer, like, oh, your developers are not very good. They messed up. They added too much stuff over there. It is only you who you have to blame for, like, this shitty situation you happen to be in. And I like to challenge that. And I specifically like to challenge it a bit that if you look at outside world and see what kind of applications we actually build in production, you'll see that no applications have really good performance. Like real application, I'm not talking like demo sites, right? Real applications like Amazon, and big e-commerce sites. And Amazon is actually one of the better ones, right? Like it's actually probably the best e-commerce site out there in terms of performance. And so my point is that, like, if everybody's struggling with this particular thing, then it's unfair to blame the developer, right? Like if you had a situation where there would be lots of websites that are awesome, but you're the one who sucks, then yeah, you should probably blame your developer, right? But if you're in a situation where, like, everybody's struggling, then I think it's unfair to put the blame on a developer. And I think the reason for that is because we have this mentality of, like, oh, your app is big, well, the developer screwed up. And I actually think that developer had very little to do with it, because our tooling are designed in such a way that they just naturally they have a linear progression, right? As you add more and more code to the application, it just linearly increases the bundle size that you have. And that's the thing that we need to attack and break and say, like, no, the bundling should be an automated thing that you as a developer should not think about, and it should just, the right stuff should just happen.
I really like this way of putting it. I was a bit concerned. Trying to remember how to put this. I've watched previous interviews that you've done, and it seemed like a lot of the early focus was using the word lighthouse scores a little too often. And I much
Yeah.
prefer this way of thinking about things. Like lighthouse scores are a game. This is an architecture, and I like the difference here
Yes.
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we're learning how to talk about it, right? Like at the beginning, I was focusing on different things, and I'm trying to find what like resonates with people to kind of get the point across. To me, the thing that the way I look at the problem is that at the end of the day, the reason why the web applications are slow to start up is just it's a very simple thing to me, which is that too much JavaScript, right? We all know this. We all know this internally, right? Except that the next step isn't obvious, which is like, what do you do about it, right? How do you make less JavaScript? And that is the hard part, right? Like we all agree on a problem, but we don't know what to do for the next step. And this is why, we are looking into Qwik and Party Town, and they solve different parts of this particular conundrum.
I I really want to go into Party Town now, specifically because of this framing. I think that it's such a cool step in this direction. I have to kick my cat out really quick, but while I'm doing that, do you want to give the audience an overview of what exactly Party Town is and how we
Yes.
ended up building it? Be right back.
Yes. So Party Town. So the problem is you have too much JavaScript, right? Like too much JavaScript and a JavaScript that you don't control. And specifically, it comes down to third-party code. Like when you have a website, you need to have third-party code such as Google Analytics, Amplitude, HubSpot, Intercom, right? These are all things that your company needs, your marketing department needs in order to be able to make improvements to the website. And so they're really, in many ways, non-negotiable. And it's unfair to basically, I know like devs are trying super hard to make sure the third-party code isn't going to get added to the system. But like at the end of the day, like these are business needs, and therefore, business will win and things will get added. Now, the problem is if you take a blank page that's just white, nothing on it, right? And you pass it through Google PageSpeed, you get 100 out of 100. Like that in itself is like, oh my gosh, like surprise, right? But if you just add Google Analytics, you will notice that you are on a precipice of no longer getting 100 out of 100, right? So the act of adding a single third-party script is pretty much the thing that kind of kicks you out. And typical websites have like on the order of 10 to 20 third-party scripts. And so it all adds up. And none of these third-party scripts really care about the performance. Like they care about selling you on like what the amazing thing that they're going to do for your business, but they really don't care how like they destroy your performance in the process. Because at the end of the day, you're choosing on the need of the business, not necessarily on the performance. And so unfortunately, the situation is that like as you keep adding and adding them, the performance just gets destroyed. So the solution to this is kind of obvious and hard at the same time, right? The obvious one is like, well, move these scripts over to a web worker. Like, the obvious solution is don't put the scripts in, right? But like that's not an option. So you have to move them over to the web worker. And the reason why this is helpful, we have to understand how JavaScript works, right? And JavaScript is single threaded, which means they can only use a single CPU core. And so it doesn't matter that your modern phone or computer has like 10 cores or whatever that these days we have. Only one of them can be used at a time because of the way JavaScript works. But a web worker is actually a second core. So if you can figure out a way of moving things onto a web worker, you're essentially figuring out how to move it to something that costs you nothing, right? Because it's already in there. And so the whole thing that Party Town is just moving your execution of third-party code into the web worker. Now, turns out that is really hard. And the reason it's hard is because these third-party scripts assume that they run on the main thread. And because they assume that they run on the main thread, they can do things like document.cookie or document.title or whatever, right? And they expect to get the response back synchronously. And that synchronous nature is what kind of ruins your day, because on a web worker, you don't have the DOM. So document will throw a undefined, right? And so undefined.title will basically throw an undefined exception, right? That's not going to work. And so you could be clever and say like, well, I can create a mock DOM, and it turns out that's complicated because it's huge and slow and whatever. Or you can be like, I can make a proxy and copy things over from the main thread onto the web worker thread, which is exactly what PartyTown does. Except that there is this problem that the communication channel between the main thread and the web worker thread is asynchronous. And that kind of ruins your day, because the code, the third-party code like Google Analytics will assume document.title will return synchronously, but you cannot satisfy that response. And so the whole cleverness of Partytown is that we figured out how to make a synchronous call from the web worker to the main thread to retrieve that information and allow the code to execute. Anyways, that was very long-winded, but basically, I love Partytown because it's one of those clever insights that all of a sudden opens up new things, and it's a no-brainer. Like there's just no reason why you shouldn't do this, right? Like it will just improve the situation tremendously, and so everybody should just throw in Partytown onto their website.
I absolutely agree, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. I think that with the goals you've stated before of trying to make the so when you add things and deliver your features for your product, you're not inherently exponentially increasing the cost of your runtime. Like I would argue the best contribution you've made to Google is post Google through Partytown. Like it's so valuable to make something like Google Analytics a viable solution. And I
just to be clear,
love how you guys are pushing it.
It's Adam Bradley who's the genius behind Partytown, right? So he should get all the credit. I'm really just a bystander in the situation.
Well, huge shout out to Adam. Huge shout out to the crew at Builder.io for putting effort into these particular problems. One other that I don't think we talk about enough is mitosis, and it's super exciting. I want to talk a little more about Partytown though, because it's just so cool. I feel like all of the sites I have audited and looked into for performance issues, the majority of them were weird third-party stuff. Like they have a bunch of ad trackers, they have a bunch of analytics tools, they have these types of much heavier things that tend to be the thing that slows down the site. And I'm curious, considering the effort on both Qwik and Partytown, I'd argue that they're two different sides of the problem, where Qwik is making the code that we write faster, Partytown's making the code that we import faster. And I'm curious how much of the win you're seeing from each and what surprised you there. Because my gut feel is that the bigger win would be Partytown in terms of the average website's performance. But I'd love to hear more about that from you.
Yeah, so Partytown is definitely simpler win in the sense that you just incorporate it in and you're ready to go, right? And in that sense, it's a low hanging fruit. But in itself, it still suffers from the problem that hydration is going to kill you in the end. So, for example, let's take Amazon as an example. Amazon doesn't really use any framework for the UI. They have good old fashioned, I don't know what they use, PHP or something on the back end, and I think maybe jQuery or something in the front end. I don't actually know. So don't quote me on any of this stuff. The point is, it's not any of the existing frameworks. And the reason for that is because the pages that Amazon serves are relatively large, and they're personalized, which means when I navigate to the page, it shows my name, where my address was in my shopping cart, etc. And all of that means that you would have to server-side render every single request in these frameworks, and that would be prohibitively expensive. And even if you successfully did that, these frameworks would then have a hydration cost on the client. And so they could easily add another second on a desktop and multiple seconds on a mobile. And all of that would negatively impact sales for Amazon. So they're keenly aware of this problem. And I think they even quoted on Twitter saying yeah, we looked at all these different framework technologies and none of them are fast enough for what we need.
Makes a ton of sense. I'm curious do you feel as though Qwik is micro-targeting those use cases in a way? Because there are a lot of tools and value that we get from these solutions like React that do have a hydration cost, but the way I eat that hydration cost is my users don't click something as soon as the page loads, and we do enough ISR to smooth out the gaps between. And for, I would argue, the majority of software being written, that's the case. The majority of software being used, or the majority of websites being visited constantly, that might be different. But I'm curious in terms of the targeting here. Would you ever expect a web app developer like Ping, what we're building for video conferencing here? Would you expect things like this to move to Qwik as well? Or is this much more focused on the e-commerce type use cases?
I think Qwik is a general purpose framework, just like Angular, React, Vue, Svelte, so on and so forth, right? So whatever you can build in one, you can build in the other. So in that sense, I think it's all the same. In a sense of developer experience, Qwik developer experience is extremely close to somewhere, syntax-wise, probably React, but it has stores maybe like Svelte or like Solid, etc. So it's kind of a mixture of things, but it is also very familiar, etc. What Qwik gives you is these unbelievable fast startups, but not just fast startups. It turns out if you think about the application as HTML first, and we're going to talk about what I mean by that in a second, many other solutions just naturally fall out. That turns out like server-side rendering becomes so much simpler, SEO becomes simpler, etc. So if you can have a framework that can give you these benefits for free, and a benefit is not just startup performance, right? There's other benefits that come with it. Then why wouldn't you use it? Like if you just have an easier time building performant applications with very little change to your developer experience, why not? And so while it's probably true that most websites probably don't care whether they're going to be a second faster on startup or not, if it's free and it requires no effort, I don't see a reason why people shouldn't switch over and do that.
Very fair. I hear you referring to startup a lot, and I'm not sure if people are going to be very familiar with that. It might be useful to just go straight into startup and resumability. I know that a lot of people in this community, like last stream, we went really in depth on like the data fetching and hydration patterns in React, not like the hydration of components from the JavaScript, but how data gets to the client such that it will render the right components at the right time, like the different stages of like first byte, first contentful paint, LCP, etc. So we think about that stuff a lot, but startup is not a thing that we talk about too much. Want to explain what that is?
Yeah, so startup basically is the time between the UI shows up, so you have a button to click on, but clicking on it doesn't do anything until sometime later, right? That window, right? Where's my camera? Right here. That window between like I have a button to click on, and the button actually does something, right? That is a kind of a chasm that we're kind of going to refer to as a startup. And the chasm can be actually pretty big, especially on a mobile devices, etc. And so we are addressing this particular thing with startup and with resumability. And I think the best way I found how to explain resumability is if you go back, maybe a decade or so when first virtual machines started appearing. There was a particular use case that completely blew my mind, and it really stuck with me to this day. And I use this as an analogy. And the use case is this. You open up your host machine and you open up let's say, Linux virtual machine inside of it, and you boot up Linux in there, right? And booting up takes time. Like you're waiting while it boots up, then you log in. And then once you're logged in, maybe you open up Office or Open Office or something like that, and you start writing a letter. And at some point, you're like, okay, I'm finished. And you save the virtual machine. You pause it, right? Like it gets saved into a disk. And it gets saved into a single file. That file you can take and like send it to your friends. And your friend can open the file. And when they resume it, they literally start where you left off, right? What they specifically don't do is they don't go through the boot up process, and they don't go through the opening of the Office product, and they don't go through typing of the letter, right? Like they're literally where you left off, the cursor and everything, right? And that's resumability. And if you look at it in the way we do applications today, we are in the boot up world where like you sent a picture of what the page should look like, and then you send JavaScript over, right? And then the browser has to boot up. Literally, it goes and executes instead of the JavaScript. The JavaScript includes the framework, and the framework goes and like says like, well, I don't know where anything is. The only way I can figure out where the buttons are and etc. is by executing all the components. And so it executes all the components, collects all the information, right? Figures everything out. Now it has all the listeners and says, okay, great. Now I'm going to go to the DOM and reattach the listeners, reconcile it, right, so to speak. And then I'm ready to go. And that is a boot up process. That's literally equivalent to you booting up your Linux, right? Whereas what Qwik does is it still boots up all this stuff, but it does it on a server. And then it saves the result, the intermediary value. And that intermediary value can be sent to the client in the form of an HTML. And so we make sure that everything is in the HTML. It's fully encapsulated. So you don't need anything additional stuff besides the code that's lazy loaded, right? Everything else, the information is inside of the HTML. And HTML has a sufficient amount of information in it so that on the end, you literally have to do nothing. So when a Qwik application wakes up on the client, the only thing that executes is these super tiny Qwik loader, which is more like a polyfill. It's about a kilobyte. And it takes less than 10 milliseconds to execute. And all the polyfill does is it sets up a global listener, like a click listener, mouse move, and so on. And that's all it does, nothing else. right? And it's constant. It doesn't matter how big your complicated application is. This is what the quick loader polyfill does. And then nothing happens until you actually interact with a button or the page in some way. And it's only the interaction that then basically then resumes where it left off. And I say resume because Qwik doesn't have to boot up, right? It doesn't have to do all that stuff to figure out where everything is, because everything is serialized in the HTML in such a way that Qwik can just look at it and be like, oh, I know exactly where I was, and I know exactly what I need to do next, and I'll just do the thing that I need to do next. And so that's where the power of resumability comes in. And I want to point out that Qwik is not the only framework that does this. There are other frameworks, except that they're not very popular. Google has one internally called Wiz, and it's proprietary. It's not externalized, etc. And then eBay is working on one called Marco version 6. Marco apparently that's what I've been told. I haven't seen Marco. I've seen Wiz firsthand. I haven't seen Marco. And so I think this idea has been for a while. And this idea of resumability is actually the idea behind Google search. If you go to Google search, it is instant, right? It blows my mind that if I have to spell check something, the fastest way to spell check is for me to go to Google and type it in, Control V, Control, paste the misspelled word in there, hit enter. And the fastest way for me to get the correct answer is to have the Google actually render me a page with like correct spelling. And that always blows my mind. And it is basically because it does this resumability. The amount of JavaScript that actually has to execute on the client is very, very minimal.
That is super cool. One thing I was immediately thinking, and somebody else in chat mentioned, is a better analogy might be hibernation on computers. Are you familiar with hibernation on Windows in particular?
Yeah, I mean, hibernation is the same exact thing, right? You just save the state of the system into the disk.
You literally save RAM to disk and then dump RAM or disk to RAM when you reboot. It's I think that's a more commonly understood thing than VMs, even in the dev world. Like a lot of us were around when the hibernation change happened with Windows 7 or with Windows 8, if I recall. I think that might be the quicker way to explain it that people will grok
I think
faster.
The difference is that hibernation, you wake up on the same virtual machine or the same machine, right? Whereas the trick that you want to do with Qwik is that you go to sleep on a server and then you wake up on a client.
That's fair.
And that's the kind of the trick over there is that like somebody still has to pay the cost of boot up, but it's done on the server. But then here's the trick. That's the important trick is that the intermediary result you can cache in a CDN. So it doesn't mean that for every single resume on the client there is a boot up on the server, right? The boot up on the client, the resume on the client can come from a single boot up that happened once on a server and then got CDN cached.
Somebody asked if it would be theoretically possible to bring resumability to existing frameworks, kind of how like PartyTown brings the like web workers to existing third-party things. Do you think that some of these patterns could be adopted in other frameworks?
That's a question that I get asked actually a lot, and I spent a lot of time thinking about this thing. Unfortunately, I'm going to have a very unpopular answer, and the answer I think is no. And the reason for that is because resumability requires some very deep underlying assumptions. And these underlying assumptions kind of permeate throughout the framework. Basically, if the existing framework would want to take on resumability, they would have to change some of these mental models in the framework. And in process of doing so, they would make that framework completely incompatible with the existing third-party ecosystem. And so I don't think that any framework will be willing to make large breaking changes to completely invalidate the whole ecosystem. Like you would essentially end up with a brand new framework with it. And so you can ask the question of like, why is that? Like, what are the hard problems to solve? And we can go and jump in there. I don't know if that's something you want to go into.
I kind of do, but like the questions I have are a bit like in like the same space. Like something I think of, like one of the packages that I'm constantly eating the cost of doing video stuff is HLS.js. It is rough. On like the homepage for Ping, we have a few videos that autoplay when the page loads, and those need the ability to load HLS chunks, which isn't built into the browser. So I have to load about 200 kilobytes of JS just to start playing the videos on the homepage. if I was to npm install HLS.js and then use that in a video tag in Qwik, how is it going to handle that? How is that video going to work on the client? Does Qwik know to bring that JS and not other JS,
Yeah.
or does it die unless I call certain tags? Like, what's the process
No,
there?
no, no. The programming model is the same. The question I have is like, do you want to play it immediately, or do you want to play it only when you like scroll below the fold where the video actually is? And that makes a difference.
It's on the homepage. Like, it's the first thing on the homepage.
Yeah. So in that case, you have no choice but to download it and execute it, right? Like in that sense, no options are given. Like you need to have behavior happening immediately. There is a kind of an example of that actually in the examples page, which I call the clock, where I sent you a link earlier. I can also send you a link if you want again, if you want to share. But what the below the fold clock does is, if you go to examples, there we go, and then keep going below the fold clock right there.
Below the fold
There we
clock,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, and then pop it out in the
There we go.
thing. Here we go. So if you look at the app, right? So on the bottom where you see console, it shows you what actually is running on the client, and nothing's there until you scroll, and then a whole bunch of network happened, and now the clock is running, right? But it didn't happen until it was below, until it was above the fold. So the value here is that you want to delay waking the application up until it's ready to interact, because updating the clock below the fold is relevant, right? So if you have a video below the fold, why bring it in immediately? You can just do it on the scroll.
That makes a ton of sense.
But the thing to kind of explore is that if you wanted to do something like this with existing frameworks, it's actually very difficult. And a thing to ask yourself is actually, what is the developer experience like? Like, what do I have to do as a developer in order to get this behavior, right? And that's what the left-hand side shows over there. And there's two components in there. One is called the clock app, which is that's just called an app component at the very top. You can see it right there, line 4. And all this does is just sets up a bunch of text so that you have the clock below the fold, right? So that doesn't do really anything interesting. And on the bottom of it, line 21, you see that they have a clock, right? And the clock says, well, I need to have style, so it loads that. I need to have the store, which is basically just an angle of the hour, minute, and a second hand. And then it has a use client effect that just updates the time information every so often. And then on the bottom, you return a JSX that renders the clock, right? So now here's the important question, which is, at which point does the use client effect execute? In a normal frameworks, the answer is kind of obvious, which is like, well, it executes on hydration. Like, where else would it execute? But if you don't have hydration, then the question is actually kind of like, at which point does it execute? Like, there is no hydration. So like, what does it mean to even execute, right? And so if you think about it, you have two choices. You can execute it really on the document content loaded event, or you can execute it on visible event. And so in this particular case, we're saying like, actually just do it on a visible. The default behavior is use client effect, and you can specify additional options to it and behave differently. But the default behavior is to just say like, when the component becomes visible, then go and execute the client effect. If it's not visible, then like there's nothing to do over here. And so what I find interesting is that without any kind of effort on the part of the developer, the right thing happened, right? I didn't have to think about lazy loading. I didn't have to think about this behavior of like, oh, I only want to run this when it's visible or scroll to position or whatever. It's just the default behavior of the system is such that it naturally forces you into this particular way of thinking. And I think since we're already here, we can kind of go into the symbols tab.
Actually, tab? Symbol. Here.
Yeah, before we even go to the symbols tab, if you look at the network tab on the bottom, notice that it downloaded component use client effect file and then app2.js.
It doesn't load any of it until we get there, but then it loads those.
It doesn't load anything until we get there. Yeah, that's the kind of the magical part of it. And so what we wrote is a single file, right? So we wrote a single file called app.tsx. And it contained two components in there. And if you look at the app.tsx, what you're going to see is that there are $signs all over the place, right? Component $, use styles $, use client effect $, and so on and so forth. And so what this actually means is that every time you see a $sign, you are talking about a lazy loaded boundary, right? And the idea is that the $signs are part of the public API. It's not like you can not put them there, otherwise TypeScript is going to scream at you. And yet they have this interesting property that for the what we call an optimizer, we naturally break up your application into pieces. And for the developer, it's like kind of a hint saying like special rules apply over here, like serialization happens here, resumability happens on this boundary. So like you have to follow certain rules. So they also kind of give meaning to the developer as well.
Very
So
interesting.
the next thing to kind of look at is this client bundle tab. And so what the client bundle tab does is it shows you how the application got broken up. And so if you look at one of the bottom ones, like look, it's kind of trip over there, but what is this? This is the use client effect, right? So this use client effect got pulled out from the file, right? It's the only thing that that's in this file, right? And nothing else. And so the kind of the magical issue here, or the magical trick that Qwik can do, is it can pull apart your application into lazy loadable chunks. And if you look at it from the point of view of existing frameworks, well, if you use client effect, let's say in the use effect in the React, there is no way to lazy load that thing, right? Like it has to be part of the component, and there is not much you can do to make it lazy loadable, because the use client effect will capture local variables. Like in this case, it captures the store variable, right? And so lazy loading it is not something that is really possible to do. One. Second thing is React expects everything to be synchronous. And so putting lazy loaded boundaries is kind of difficult. Sorry, I don't mean to pick on React. Like this is true for all frameworks, not just React, like Angular, Svelte, Vue, etc. And the reason it's true is because all these frameworks have a synchronous rendering pipeline. When you call render in these frameworks, they're all synchronous, right? They don't know how to pause rendering. They expect to like fully return everything. And the thing that's unique about Qwik is that the whole rendering pipeline, because of all these lazy loading, is fully asynchronous. At any point, you can pause the rendering and be like, I need to go fetch some stuff. And then when I come back, we'll continue where we left off. And then that creates problems. Like you don't want to show intermediate values to the user, right? You just want to only show the stuff to the user when it fully fetches everything on the client, all the stuff is resolved. Anyways, so I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole here, so I apologize if I went too deep. But I kind of wanted to explain, how this is different, right?
Yeah, I think that one of like the big pieces that stands out here to me, like with React suspense and concurrent mode and all the cool stuff happening in React 18, we are getting some level of asynchronous like load boundaries and breakup in like the VDOM, such that we can have a component that loads after the fact, and the interesting relationship between client and server that's developing there. But I've never seen the ability to specifically here, the state is its own bundle here. Like the state can be broken out separately. So we can, in the future, kind of suspend components in React, but we can't suspend the state updates with a correct initial state on first paint. That's a really interesting difference here.
Okay, I would like to drill down into these topics because on the surface, it may look like it's the same thing, but I would like to challenge that. I'm actually going to point out a couple of differences about it. Okay, so the first big difference is that when you lazy load a component in all existing frameworks, you can only lazy load a component which is currently not on a page. What I mean by that is that if a component is on the page right now, then hydration forces you to download the component eagerly. Right? It doesn't matter that it's behind lazy loaded boundary, you are downloading that thing. And the reason for that is because the framework needs to get it so that the framework can execute it and figure out if there's listeners anywhere, right? So the big, huge difference is, even though we're talking about lazy loading, it's not the same thing, right? Qwik can lazy load component on interaction. And when the component is not interacted with, it doesn't get downloaded, right? And so that's kind of a big difference, right? And versus like, existing frameworks can only lazy load components that are currently not visible, currently not in the render tree. The second big difference is, you talk about suspense, is that the way suspense actually works is that you synchronously render and you come across a suspense boundary and you're like, I'm missing some stuff. So you finish your rendering and you quit. And when the thing that you're missing gets resolved, then you try rendering again from the root and be like, okay, let's try again. And you go through it and render everything. And then you're like, maybe missing another stuff. Great. So then you finish rendering and then wait, and when the thing resolves, you start again from the root and start rendering from the whole thing, right? And you actually get to see the intermediate values. It's not like the framework can not do the rendering while it's lazily resolving these things. You get to see as a user, like, oh, first I have this, then something else loads, then I have this, and then this thing loads, right? When I talk about Qwik doing asynchronous rendering, it's different in the sense that it starts rendering, it comes across an asynchronous boundary, and it waits. It doesn't show anything to the user, unless you specifically code it to show to the user, right? And it actually pauses it so that when it finally resolves, it continues where it left off. It doesn't go back to the root and start the whole process again. Do you see the difference?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And so that makes a huge difference in terms of the behavior of the system.
Yeah, it's almost like the granularity at which the splits can occur and where the loading in can occur as well. So rather than like at the root, suspense exists through the tree and has to be resolved through the root every time a boundary is hit, you create boundaries implicitly just by writing the code, and the framework itself resolves those boundaries logically based on user behaviors.
Yes, and it's even more fine-grained than that, because every single component is a lazy loaded boundary. But usually when you're rendering the component, you don't need its behavior. And when you need its behavior, you don't really need its the component itself. Let me give you an example. When I'm rendering a product, and the product has add to the shopping cart button, I don't need the behavior of the add to shopping cart button. I just need to know that there's a listener in this location. And when I click on the button, I don't need the component to be re-rendered. I need the shopping cart to be re-rendered, right? And so we can actually break the listeners out as well, not just the components themselves, but the listeners as well. So there's a difference between you saying, I need to render a component. Great, I'm going to give you the component, but I'm not going to give you the listeners with it because you might never click on them. Or vice versa. You can say, I'm clicked on the add to the shopping cart button, but then I'm not going to also drag with me all the other listeners that exist at that particular component and the component itself, because you only clicked on add to the shopping cart, right?
Very interesting. I still keep thinking about like the video player example, and I would love, like, even just for this clock example, I know it's not going to be the best because like it is super small and will load almost immediately. But let's say this was a video player, and because it's a video player, we want to start loading the JS for it as soon as the page loads.
Exactly.
Because we don't want to have to load that in late once they scroll down. What would be the process for that?
Scroll up, and just change line. What is it? No, scroll up even higher. Line 5 instead of 40, just do like 1. You see where it says array 40? Just do 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And you
now
notice
load,
that the clock is
immediately, I'm assuming, because it's in view.
It loads immediately because it's visible, right? And there's nothing you had to do. So if you look at the console, right, if you refresh the page and you look at the console, you see that it immediately executes the network tab, right? But notice that as a developer, you didn't have to do anything. Like, you just changed the UI, and it just so happened it's now above the fold, and the right stuff happened. So if this
that's really cool. But what I'm specifically asking is, let's say this clock had to load some external JS that was 500 kilobytes plus. And I know the user's going to get there, so I want to start loading it early. So when they get there, there isn't an additional loading time. It just immediately starts playing.
Yeah.
Even with the longer list.
You would create an import in here, right? You would create an import at the very top. And the second thing, that import would be used inside of the use client effect. So when the system would break up the components into its individual pieces, the import would go with the use client effect, because the system would understand that big third-party JavaScript file is going with the use client effect, right? And when
so the problem that I'm concerned about specifically is, let's say I scroll down and then it triggers that load, but that load is well over 500 kilobytes of JS, and it then has to start downloading a bunch of video data as well. How can I eagerly do that before the user gets there?
Yes,
like, how do
I understand
Qwik's rules?
I understand your question. I'm trying to get to it, but it's a multi-step thing. So the first step you have to understand is that huge bundle goes with the use client effect. Okay. The next thing to understand is that the Qwik is in the business, not just client-side rendering, but in the whole pipeline, which means Qwik cares about client-side rendering, but also server-side rendering, serialization, lazy loading, prefetching, bundling creation on all the other pieces, right? So if you actually right click on the blue header and say inspect whatever, to show the source code, the blue header.
Once more, sorry, I was getting spammed on YouTube. Which header?
The blue header, like the Qwik logo, for example. Like right click on it and do inspect.
I right click inspect.
Yeah, inspect to go to the. Oh, that's fine too. Doesn't matter. If you look at the thing, scroll to the very bottom of the HTML. You see all the link prefetches?
Yeah.
What happened was that the Qwik executed, and it looked at the system and said, in which possible way can you possibly interact with the system? And it identified routes, in which case would be the event systems, right? And from these routes, it said, it is likely that the user can possibly interact with this stuff. And so it immediately inserted prefetch code for all of these things. So in the case of your video situation, the Qwik would create use client effect. And if you look at the use client effect, you will see that it's just a listener, except it's not listening for click, but it's listening for visible. If you click on the HTML tab, you can close the DevTools and just click on the HTML tab. And I think you have to refresh or something. There we go, HTML tab. If you scroll to the bottom where the clock is, I think you went too far, a little higher, right there, Q visible. See what it says, Q visible?
Yep.
That's an event listener that says when this event fires, and this event is fired by the Qwik loader, which is a teeny 1 kilobyte thing, right? So Qwik doesn't differentiate. To Qwik, it's just an event. Like there's no difference between visible event and like a click event. And so Qwik immediately looks for all the entry points. To Qwik, a event is an entry point. And it detects that this is an entry point into the system. And as a result, it will generate a prefetch code for you. So the way this actually works in production is that you come to the page and the Qwik's like, yeah, but you could possibly need this. And so it will generate a pre-link automatically, say, go prefetch this piece of code because it's likely that you will need this. And so immediately you start downloading it. And this is automatic. You don't have to do anything for this. Like it's just part of the system, how system works, right? Because Qwik is in the business of bundling, and it's in the business of breaking your application down into pieces and creating ideal sized bundles. It is also in the business of recognizing like certain bundles will probably be needed. And so it can generate a prefetch and preload for you automatically.
I'm not super familiar with preload behaviors, especially on like mobile devices. And like my biggest concern here is like the 3G crappy phone use case. Would I like have a problem where I click a button and then I have to wait for the JS to load before it triggers, or like I scroll here and the clock is frozen until the JS comes in?
Yeah, the order would be basically you download HTML. The HTML tells the browser, go fetch this URL that contains the use client effect bundle. Use client effect points to your 500 kilobyte whatever HSL library, and so that immediately starts getting downloaded. Like you navigate to the page, immediately you start downloading the huge script tag, and at some point later, or maybe immediately, depending on how you code the page, you may execute that particular bundle. So the browser is really the whole thing is optimized so that you're downloading things in a as fast as possible way. Like there is no way to make this more efficient because the system correctly identified that certain components will never be loaded on a client, and so they never get prefetched. And other components are going to be loaded on a client, so they get immediate notification to the browser to start downloading them as soon as possible, so that when you click or when you interact, it will be the least amount of delay you can possibly have, right? And so in all cases, the delay will be smaller than what you would have on the equivalent hydration option. Because in the worst possible case, Qwik has to download and execute the same amount of code as an existing hydration framework. But in most cases, Qwik downloads like a tiny fraction of what's actually necessary. And most of it doesn't even get executed because of resumability. And so in most cases, Qwik is significantly faster than what hydration can possibly do.
So like in this example here, when I refresh and it says paused, has the JS preloaded or not at this point?
This is a dev build, so the answer is no, because we want to show you how this actually works. But in production, the answer is yes. In production, again, if you right-click on the Qwik logo and go to inspect, we can go to the network tab.
Won't let me in there. There we go.
Spec.
Spec
Click on the
network
network tab. Say you
proxy
do all,
tab.
okay. Yeah, inside of the filters, say Q dash, because all of the bundles are Q dash something. And so now refresh the page and see what's going to happen. The moment you
Yeah,
refresh
almost
the
all of them
page,
load immediately. I need to get out a full screen so I can actually show
yeah,
this quick. Here we go. Now you can actually see like everything loads. God, I hate DevTools in 1280p mode or 720p. But you can see, yeah, all the JS loads almost immediately, like at the exact same time. And
yes.
there's a
And
lot of it too.
so, and this is all cached, and some of them are gray and some of them are a different color. The gray stuff is prefetching, and different color is actually execution. In this case, what you see over there, you see a lot of stuff executing because you are on a playground page, and we're downloading
But if
the
I go to
whole.
like the Qwik
If you go
homepage,
to like homepage, you see
it's just
nothing
these 4
executed.
or 5.
We preloaded all these 4, but nothing executed. Now click on the 3 dots next to the Qwik to open up the menu, and now a whole bunch of things executed. And if you notice, they should all be. It's the column is squished, but the thing in parentheses says like returning from the cache,
Yeah,
prefetch
prefetch.
cache in there, right? So the code immediately, and so the thing to understand is that the amount of code that actually downloaded is a tiny fraction, because Qwik looked at the page and said like, the only thing you can do here is open the menu. And so the only thing I need to send to the client is the code that opens the menu and re-renders the menu. The rest of the page, I don't need to send to the client. So I'm not going to do that.
That makes a ton of sense. Yeah,
Okay?
I'm blown away. I didn't know it had that level of power.
Yeah, and so this is the hard part, right? This is the thing I'm struggling with. When I talk to people about Qwik, they like immediately assume that Qwik is yet another framework where maybe the DX is different, but like they have in their mind how frameworks work, and they automatically assume that's how Qwik works. And it takes a lot of like chatting and education to be like, no, no, no. Like Qwik cares about this whole thing, and out of the box, it does all these things for you. So it out of the box creates the ideal bundles, creates them, sets up prefetching code, tells the browser what to get, executes them, serializes it. The whole thing is just like out of the box without any sort of effort on the developer's point.
Fascinating.
And we can do something even crazier. Every time we execute one of these lazy loaded bundles, browser actually fires a custom event that tells us what is the symbol name. And if you collect all these symbol names and send them to the server, then on server you can have statistical information about like what is the most likely thing that the users actually interact with your page, right? You can have statistical kind of heat map of like people interact with these buttons a lot more often than these ones, and they require these symbols to be loaded before this other set of symbols. And then you can use that information to actually govern the prefetching strategy. So you can tell the system like, oh, actually, you start by prefetching these bundles first, because statistically we know that users are more likely to click on this button first.
It's really funny you bring this up because I went on a rant last stream where I talked about how specifically for data loading patterns, like if you're fetching data from 3 different servers, making 15 db calls and trying to paint a correct HTML page, it's really easy to get in the pattern where like this request comes through, these 3 things have to be loaded, and then the page is hydrated and correct. Something I was discussing is, wouldn't it be cool if you had some AI or ML on the server keeping track of which requests were needed on a given page so it could know ahead of time which ones to run in parallel and have on that first pass? Seems like you're doing the same thing on a super granular JS level rather than just like the data being loaded for it in the first place.
Yeah, but we have an answer for the data as well. It's a little different answer, and it's I'm kind of hesitant to talk about it, but let's see how it goes. So the problem that you sometimes have is that you navigate to a page, and that page needs to talk to a database, and that database call is expensive, right? And so until the database returns, let's say it takes 2 seconds, you can't really render anything for the client because it takes you 2 seconds to kind of get the data. And then once you have the data, you can start rendering, right? So Qwik is kind of weird in this way, because one thing Qwik can do is it can start streaming the application over, and at some point it comes across a lazy loaded data, right? That it needs to lazy load. And remember, Qwik is asynchronous in its rendering. So it's perfectly fine for Qwik to just pause at this location and wait until the data shows up and continue rendering where it left off, which means you can stream everything up to this point and continue after that. Now, what if you could serialize the promise and just keep rendering after it? Basically just say, you know what? I waited for this promise, I don't know, 10 milliseconds. It didn't get resolved. I'm tired of waiting. Forget it. I'm just going to render loading indicator and just keep rendering. Now, and then what if you could resolve the promise before you close the connection to the client? And then when the connection closes, you could just tell the client, oh, by the way, that promise that wasn't resolved and you render just a loading indicator, actually, here's the HTML you need to put over there. And then the HTML shows up. And because Qwik knows how to serialize all this data, it also, you give the Qwik the state of the promise that once it was resolved. And then the Qwik can just continue where it left off. There's things to think about. Like,
or is that promise being resolved on the client or the server? Like when I make a fetch request for some data, where is that happening?
Yeah, kind of both. So this is the weird part. What happens is on a server, you create the promise. You hand the promise over to Qwik. Qwik then serializes it, which means that it creates an ID for this particular promise. And it understands the fact that the promise isn't resolved. And so it serializes everything else or sends everything else to the client, to the browser. And then at some point, it keeps the connection open. And at some point, the server resolves. Oh, and by the way, on the client, if you interact with the page, then the application wakes up and it deserializes its state and it will get a promise, but the promise is not resolved. But that promise is connected to the promise on a server. And when the server promise resolves, then we resolve the promise on the client. And then when all the promises on a server resolve, then we close the connection to the client and the client is on its own. If that doesn't blow your mind, then I'm really bad at explaining this.
It is blowing my mind, but when the things blow my mind in this way, they tend to scare me as much as they excite me. And you've done a great job of addressing my concerns thus far. The immediate ones I have here are, what is the data being sent down? Is that the data from the promise? Is that the HTML that the client's supposed to put there, serialized in some weird way?
Both, actually. So what we send back is both the because the application has this resumability property, right? So there's this concept of whether or not. Okay, so let's talk about containers. If you look at the HTML, the DOM structure of, go to the homepage, go to our homepage instead of the example, and then look at the HTML, and so you'll see that we have something called containers. You see on the very top, Q container, it says paused. That is telling us that that particular application is paused. Now, the thing is, if you open up the div and if you drill down into it, actually maybe use the find button, the arrow that looks for elements. It's in the upper left corner, the arrow with the box, that one. And if you click on the title, that one, you should find, now in the DOM, you should find another Q container right there, or Q version. You see almost 1/3 up, a little higher, up.
Which one am I looking for?
Q version. It says div Q version 0039 container paused.
Div Q.
Higher, go up.
Even higher.
First third of the page.
Oh, here, this one. Yeah,
there you go.
All the way at the top. There we go. I'm done.
So there's actually two applications in here. One representing the blue thing on the top, and the other one is the content. And the content is actually from Builder.io, and it's a long story. We can go into it. But what you see is that the Qbase is different here. The Qbase actually points to the CDN Builder.io, which means the behavior of this part of the page is coming from that server. Whereas at the very, very top, the behavior is coming from a different server.
Oh, I was hoping I could break in and see what it returns.
It's just the base URL. You have to suffix it with additional information. So it's just like the root of where things will be fetched from. It doesn't actually return anything. But the point is there's two separate things going on in here, right? And I started talking about this because I wanted to explain to you what was the original question?
It was...
We were talking about promises, how they resolve.
Yeah, it was how the data is getting resolved on the client. Like what data is coming back when I fetch data on server? Am I getting the JSON blob back? Am I getting HTML back?
So if you scroll to the very bottom, there is this thing called script Qwik JSON right there. And so this is basically the serialized state of the application, right? This is the memory snapshot, so to speak. Now, this is very intelligent in like how it like we make sure we serialize the least amount of stuff. Here is where you would have a promise, but you would just have in there basically an ID of a promise because we wouldn't know what the result value is. And so later on, the server would send us essentially a patch for this file and say like, oh, by the way, that promise that you just have over there as an empty box, this is the data for it. Now, it makes a difference whether you interacted with the page or not. It makes a difference whether this container is in a pause state or not, right? Because you have two situations. One is I send you an application to the client, and remember there's a button, and maybe you click on the button because you still don't have the data over there available, in which case the application wakes up, or you didn't interact with the page and it's still in the paused state. So if it's in the pause state, what you're going to get back is both the resolved promise, which is the value, but also the HTML that we need to patch in to update the UI. But if the application woke up on a client, we can't just patch it. So we basically just give it the data, and then the application on the client says, don't worry, I got this. I know how to update the UI to take this resolved promise into account. And so you get into this world where your programming mental model is always the same. I'm just writing components. And these components live both on a server and a client, or not that they live, it's more like they can be created on a server and they can magically transfer over to the client. But from a developer's point of view, I don't have to think about it. I'm just have components that I create. And of course, these components can have promises, and these promises eventually resolve, and eventually the right stuff will happen. But I don't have to think about the kind of the details of it. Let me see. Go to the document, the tutorial, and let's see if we have resource. I just updated the documentation on this, and I don't know if we did or not. Click on that, and look for resource. Is there a resource in there somewhere?
I'm not seeing it.
Events, components. Oh, yeah, it's not in there. It's still the old documentation. I'm sorry.
No worries.
The latest doc, but we haven't pushed it yet. And that contains actually shows you how it is. But basically, you have one call, like a use method that says, give me a promise. And then you have a special JSX that says, oh, here is a promise. This is what you render when you don't have the promise resolved. And then this is what you render when it's resolved, right? Like you kind of an if statement says like pending, you render this, resolved, you render this, error state, you render this. And the whole thing is set up in such a way that it can do the right thing on a server and on a client. And you can configure the server to be like, do you want to have the default behavior where you just wait indefinitely for this thing to resolve before you kind of stream it to the client? Or do you want to like wait a little amount of time and then at some point give up and just continue on the client? And all of these things just kind of work automatically out of the box. And the reason why all of these stuff works is because the application, the system has this resumability property, right? Without resumability, this is kind of a craziness, and you should be scared, right? Because it's just crazy talk. But with resumability property, this is just something that naturally can happen at any point.
Fascinating. Again, this is one of those, like, it seems too good to be true, and my brain has a million, like, things that I do all the time that I'm scared about here. So, like, are there any examples with, like, server data loading that I could... Oh, this kind of...
Yeah, so that's the Hacker News. This one shows off how we load data on a server, and it shows off this interesting property that, when you have like Next.js and you would have a Hacker News demo, one of the things would happen is that the data from the API would be serialized inside of the Next.js data attribute. Not data, there's like a special script tag that has called Next data or something like that. And so you would essentially have the data twice. It would show up once in the form of HTML and another time in the form of the serialized state of the application, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Yes. Is that not what we were just discussing with the Qwik JSON tag to an extent, though?
Yes, that's exactly what the Qwik JSON tag is. The difference is that the Qwik JSON tag, a couple differences in there. First of all, the Qwik JSON tags can contain cycles, right? I believe Next.js can only serialize JSON, which is directed acyclic graph. I could be wrong on this, but that's my understanding.
You're correct.
So the first difference is that their cycles are allowed. Second of all, Qwik knows how to serialize crazy stuff like obviously strings, numbers, etc. But it can also serialize things like dates, which is not that exciting. But then it can serialize closures, and it can serialize promises. which should be kind of weird and exciting. So those are the kind of things that go into it. And lastly, Qwik knows how to tree shake this data. And so this is what this demo is showing off, is that if you go to the HTML tab and you scroll to the very, very bottom, there should be the script tag, right? There's the script tag, the Qwik JSON script tag, right? And it basically shows you what it's serialized, and you can see it's serialized nothing. Basically, the system looked at this application and said, yeah, I know you have all this data that is data bound all over the place, but I don't see anything that the client could possibly do to mutate any of these data. And because the client can't mutate any of these data, this data will never change. And because the data will never change, I will never have to re-render any of this stuff on the client. And therefore, I don't even have to send the data. And I don't have to prefetch anything, and I don't have to send you any code or any data or anything like that. And basically removes everything from it. Sorry, the sublink doesn't work.
Oh, no worries.
Unfortunately, yeah, I need to update this particular demo. But the idea here is that we can kind of tree shake not just the behavior, like just the code, but also the data itself, if that makes sense.
Yes, very interesting. So my immediate thought, this I'm assuming can run on a Node server, right?
It does, and this is actually old API. We got rid of use server mount. We have now this other thing called use resource, which is much more beautiful. But I wish I had an example for you, but I don't. It's not.
No worries. Yet. My next question is: would use resource allow me to call code only on the server? Like I could make a database call directly in that component.
Yeah. So Qwik City is kind of where this comes into play. And so one of the things use resource can do is it can talk to so you declare two functions. Actually, let's go to the Qwik City documentation. I think there's a documentation in there. And then if you could look at the menu, route parameters, something about endpoints. Endpoints, scroll down.
Data endpoints.
Data endpoints. You're retrieving data. Here we go. The next one over. Just on the bottom, you'll see a next page. So just scroll to the bottom and click the next page.
Retrieving data. Here we go.
There we go. So standard stuff, you lay out your files, and then in here you create a onGet method. And so your onGet method is basically the server side only that can talk to MongoDB or whatever. Like you know, this will never be in the client, right? So this is the fetching code. And then right next to the onGet, you put your default component $, and the default component $, will do use endpoint, which internally uses the use resource, which just gets the resource. And then you can see how the resource, then we say, this is what you print on loading, this is what you print on error, and this is what you print when you successfully recover.
You know, this is just Remix, right?
This is just Remix, but we have lazy loading that they don't have, right?
Wait,
and so...
Important question. Do you have HMR?
Hot module, yes, of course. On top of...
And you're in the lead.
The oldest... right, and so the interesting part is this. So this line, use endpoint, that's in the middle over there, the use endpoint call, is intelligent enough to know whether it's on a server or not. If it's on a server, it directly calls the onGet method. But if it's on the client, it uses a fetch to get to the onGet method on the server, on the client. But it's abstracted away from you from a developer's point of view. So as a developer, you're like, oh, I just need to get my data, so I'll call use endpoint and get a hold of this thing. And then depending whether it's server-side pre-rendered or is on the client, different things can happen. And then the resource is this bit that can decide whether or not it wants to wait for the resource to resolve, because resource is essentially a promise, right? And render the loading indicator, or does it want to wait for it to resolve and render the unresolved, right? And the resource is the thing that allows us to that basically says, you know what? Don't wait for this to resolve, just render the loading indicator. And then when the promise resolves, during the serialization inside of the Qwik JSON blob that's inside of the script tag, send a patch to that saying like, oh, it finally resolved. Here's your missing data.
Very interesting.
Out of the box, right? Like
it's so cool that that's all built in. This is very different from my mental model for this in particular, like the resource helper component that has the different states there. It would be unclear intuitively to me which of these happen when, because if I'm blocking this route on load, what's the user going to see initially? Are we blocking the first bytes, or are they getting something immediately and seeing these pending states?
Right. So on a server, the default behavior is that you block until unresolved, until the promise is resolved. And on the client, the default behavior is render pending first, and then when it's resolved, render the other one.
So this is going to depend on how you export the app or what the state of the client is in. It's
The state of the client is it.
interesting.
So
and how would
the
the client
code
get to a
yeah.
state where you hit these loading things? Because the first time I load the page, I'm not going to get anything back till it's resolved. When would I see these on the client?
Right. So the client has a couple of situations, right? The server could have waited and fully resolved the endpoint before rendering, in which case the client will get everything rendered and there's nothing for the client to do. Or the situation is that we chose to serialize the promise, right? When basically we chose to continue rendering even though we didn't have the resource yet loaded. And in that case, before we close the stream to the client, we emit a little script tag that updates both the HTML and and patches the promise state, so to speak. And then the question becomes like, well, did the user interact with us or not? And if the user didn't interact with us, which means we're still in the pause state for the container, then we can just patch the HTML and be done with it. On the other hand, if the user interacted with us, then we can't just patch the HTML because we could be overwriting other things inside of the UI, in which case we have to ask the framework to do the rendering on the client for us. But you don't have to think about it as a developer, right? Like as far as developer you're concerned, like I just have a resource and these are the 3 states of the resource and I just going to write this down and then the right thing just happens on the client depending on which one of those 3 situations arises.
The right thing just happens is a sentence that will always scare me, but I am seeing a lot of value in this way of doing things. My inner TypeScript nerd is screaming a little bit. There are some very good parts here, specifically use endpoint, taking a generic that is the type of onGet that it can then resolve the correct data type from. But I'm curious how strong the inference can be here. Like, do I have to use endpoint handler here? Could I write right here a Prisma call and have it infer the correct type through?
Yes. Whatever the TypeScript does, that's what TypeScript does. And I believe the TypeScript will do the correct thing for you in this particular case. The other thing I want to point out, though, is that what might not be obvious is that the code you put on onGet is like server specific. The code you put on the component is obviously both client and server. And so the system needs to break the application into pieces, right? It can't send the onGet to the client because, first of all, it's code that can never execute in the client, but also with it will bring lots of third-party imports that you don't want to bring, right? So part of the magic here is being able to break all these things down into individual pieces and then ship only the right information to the client.
Yeah. That's something that most of the frameworks have figured out now. Ever since Next had get server-side props added, it was smart enough to tree shake things that were only used there out of the bundle. It was a little easy to, specifically with TypeScript, when you do like imports, like if you import Prisma just for the type, you forgot to put import type, then you might be seeking that into your client. But for the most part, modern frameworks are pretty smart about that. Remix in particular is pretty solid with it. But it is awesome that like effectively you can mentally draw a line right there before the component, and everything above is going to be on a server bundle and everything below is going to be in the server bundle as well as the client bundle, but you don't have to worry about this leaking through.
Right. So
and I really like the examples having like things like this. Like first off, using TypeScript for all the examples is essential. Any code that is going over network boundaries and dealing with a server client relationship is inherently more complex in a way that I think effectively needs TypeScript. Like a full stack vanilla JS app scares the shit out of me. And I really like that the docs, even if you're not a TypeScript user, these are going to make it a lot easier for even newer developers to read this and see where things are coming from. So shout out for that.
Thank you. I wanted to point out something here. In this example, as written, the component itself has no behavior, right? Like there's no way you can click on the component or in some way change the value of the resource, right? So in this particular example, the Qwik would be intelligent enough to understand the fact like, oh, this never changes on a client, and therefore this function, this code will never ever be shipped to the client. Even if you lazily resolve the resource as we promised, as we talked about, even in that situation, only the HTML patch will be sent to the client, but not the actual JavaScript associated with the component, right? And I think that's a huge win, right? And also keep in mind, like in all these examples, right, we're talking about super small examples. We're like, you're saving a few bytes here and there, but like blow it up to a huge application, right? And then all of a sudden, these little savings all over the place add up when you can realize that, like, really, I am just sending the code that's actually needed on the client. All other code is not being sent.
It's so like in this example, the actual component would not load JS because there's nothing here that changes.
That's right. So this component would never ever be sent to the client.
Fascinating.
And it's not obvious by looking at this, right? But like,
it's not at all. And now I get it, because like I was explaining how I draw the line, but I was drawing the line in terms of how, as you said, like I'm still Next.js brained, and in Next.js, what you are seeing here is a line where the things that need to run on server are only on the server, and then everything else goes to the client, because everything else always goes to the client. Why wouldn't it? The client needs everything in order to keep everything up to date.
Not everything goes to the
nope.
But that's how you get into the mess. That's how you get into this problem, right? So not everything goes to the client. Is the point of Qwik is that only the absolutely bare essentials go to the client.
Fascinating.
So in order to get this thing to go to the client, you would have to do two things. You would have to add some kind of a listener that actually mutates and add some kind of a state, and that state have to be data bound to the component, right? So that a user interaction would change the state of the system, which then would cause a re-rendering of that component. And only then would you get to the situation where that component would be downloaded into the client.
My next question would be, how do I get different data? So if I have like a default where you go to this page and it's loading data from tab 1, and then I have a button that switches to tab 2, it's not a different route, it's a different like subview or something. Like,
yeah,
all right, I click a user's
ID. What you really want to see is the API for use resource, not use endpoint. Use endpoint is the kind of the simplified thing, and that I haven't written. It's not pushed. The latest code is not pushed in. And use resource basically is just a function, and inside of the function, you do whatever you want. So you call some API or whatever. Like somehow the use resource job is to produce a promise with value. How exactly you produce that is not our concern. And so typically inside of the use resource, you would go and fetch data through like fetch or something like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm very excited for that. Definitely send that doc my way once it's written. I'll go over that on stream. We're very much like this community in particular is super nerdy about data fetching patterns and solutions for those things. Like that's why we're so big on Next and Remix. It's not because React is the best thing ever and we love it. It's because it's never been easier for us to build strong relations between our backend and our front end with like ease and consistency in our solutions.
You're going to love this stuff, man.
Oh boy. Are you familiar with tRPC? I feel like knowing about this might bring some value as you guys are designing these APIs.
Tiny RPC. I think I've
TypeScript RPC.
A long time. Oh, it's TypeScript RPC. No, I should look
it's
into
a
it.
Newer project. It was started by the guy who made Zod, and now it's primarily done by Alex Cat. He's the guy who's making it as crazy as it is now. They've been killing it. I use this for all of my APIs whenever I can now. The TLDR is you write a function on your backend, and then you use either their client or their wrapper for React Query or whatever the hell to call the tRPC client or, like from the server on your client with type safety honored through. So when you change the input, you get a type error on the client, etc. And it's doing all of this by importing the type of the app router on the client. That's TypeScript, so it's imaginary. But from here, you can, with a compiler, in this case, literally just shipping the client, have a guaranteed type safe method to access all of these things from your server.
Yep. I get it.
There's also, of course, the React package, which is just React Query, but it's very nice to trpc.useQuery, have it auto-complete the name of an API endpoint, and then type error if you're not giving it the args that it expects, and know this will all do what it's supposed to.
I sent you a link in the private chat to the documentation of use resource. If that's going to help.
Cool. I'm going to share that in Twitch chat because it's the easiest way for me to get things on this computer. Cool. Let's take a look at this quick.
So if you scroll down a little bit, there's a code example.
I'm going to not full screen this. Actually, an easier trick is pull up dev tools, but narrow them so I can fix the column offset with us so I can read everything. There we go.
Okay, just
Use
go to the
resource.
example. So you have a use resource. What? Sorry, that was the example right there.
There we go.
And so in there, you basically say, hey, I want to be executed when something changes, right? So in this case, you're saying track on GitHub org. So this is an example that shows how to talk to GitHub and fetch all the repositories for a particular org. So the thing you're telling the system is like, look, this resource is true as long as github.org doesn't change. If github.org changes, like you need to let me know. By the way, the thing I haven't talked about is that Qwik has to be reactive in order to be very surgical about the code it downloads, so it doesn't have to download the whole world. There's a lot of reactivity kind of built into the system. So here we're basically saying like, when the GitHub org changes, like you need to call me. And what you see over here is that we create a basic abort controller. We do a cleanup code saying like, this needs to be canceled for whatever reason. This is how you cancel it up. And then there's a helper method called get repositories that just internally does a fetch and returns basically a promise of the data. And so inside of the use resource, you just return the promise. I should probably show you the get repositories, but it really is just like fetch, here's it, builds a URL, and then whatever you get back, JSON parse, and return the JSON over here.
This is really interesting. I'm going to React brain a little bit quick. I think it'll be helpful for the audience. The thing to think of with this track call is effectively, if this was a use effect, github.org is now in the dependency array. This is a method to manually say, this is tracked off of the store.
There are reasons why we cannot do it that way. So there's a reason why it's brought in this other way. But you're absolutely on the money. Like, yes, that's exactly what's happening.
I'm assuming GitHub has to be a store of yours, not like any object.
Yeah, that's right. Because we need to create a subscription. What this is actually doing is it's creating a subscription on GitHub, right? And saying like, if the GitHub org property changes, you need to rerun the use resource function.
Interesting. Yeah,
right?
that makes sense. It's just knowing what I know from like how Solid works as well, where you have to call the value in order to start the tracking. Yeah. It's an inverse version of the same solution.
That's right. That's right. And the thing that we need to do here is we need to make this lazy loadable, right? So the thing we need to do is basically say, look, if the github.org didn't change, then there is no reason for you to download the use resource handler, right? You can think of this as a handler that executes, right? And so you want to be able to delay the execution of that function if the org never changes.
Very interesting. So
and so that forces you to kind of put it upside down.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So like, since we don't want to execute this at all because the data is already there from the client or for getting it from the server initially, we don't want to run this first. Whereas with like use effect or even with the solid solutions, the expectation is you write this code so it runs initially and then not again. This solution lets you snapshot after that first run.
That's exactly it. Because because the problem with all reactive systems is that they have to execute at least once to build the reactivity graph. And because of that kind of ruins your day if you want to be quick, because the Qwik wants to delay execution of everything, right? And so to say like, oh, download all the code and execute it exactly once so you can be really efficient about which code you run, like the game's over at this point. So you need to kind of flip it upside down and say like, no, the server collects all this metadata about the reactivity graph, and then the server then sends that reactivity graph to the client so that the client can reason about like which part of the code has to be downloaded when, but if it doesn't have to download it, it can delay it, right? That's the kind of the hard part to do here.
Very interesting. And my brain just keeps like sinking into the DX differences here. One of the more interesting parts, like again, React query, React brained, it seems like a user action directly doesn't trigger use resource. Like there isn't a refetch or like property I pass this directly. Rather, use resource is a thing that reruns when something it tracks changes.
Yeah.
So it's like on client, I'm building user interactions that modify a store, and then that store triggers resources to change rather than a user action directly triggering a resource.
Yeah, actually, if you go back to the Qwik tutorial, there's the old version of this tutorial online, and you can see what's actually happening there, but the use resource is not there. So yeah, that's all the way to the top.
Yep.
And go to the prefetch data on SSR. Click on that one. Right. And so here, what you see is it says loading. Why is it not resolving?
It's so small.
The idea is that when you change the GitHub username, if you, oh, when you type stuff in here, like it should be fetching. Why is it not working?
GitHub API might be limiting y'all.
I don't know what's
Happens
going
to
on
me a
there.
lot.
Go to previous. Oh, sorry. That's because you have to click on solution. We give you the broken example and expect you to solve it. Click on the button on the left in the corner that says
Show me.
Not that one. Show me. That's the working solution. Right. So here when you type, it goes to the database and fetches the data, right? It should.
I need to reload it probably. Oh no, I don't, because I need to show me.
No, show me so it works. What's going on? Yeah, I don't know what's going on in there. But in here you can see. Actually, can you pop up the thing into its own little thing?
Oh, it still has this cool feature. Cool, nice.
Okay, so you can see something error came in. Cannot read properties of something. Okay, something. Oh, because of the of is server. This is the thing I was trying to fix. Sorry, pretend it's working.
I will pretend it's working. Very good at that.
Okay. So scroll to the bottom to the JSX. So the JSX has input, right? Input has onKey up. OnKey up goes and updates the github.org, right? So here you're updating github.org. That's causing the github.org to be invalidated, right? It's causing it the react to the system kicks in and says, you modified.
So that changes the store, which then since the use watch is watching the GitHub org, it reruns things.
That's right. And so use watch is kind of replaced by the use resource, which is kind of a higher level. Use watch is kind of generic thing for anything.
Yeah, it compresses both of these and returns the value directly rather than it being individual parts.
Exactly. You've done this before.
Yeah, this makes a ton of sense. Very excited. It's something we haven't touched on yet, and it's just because it says it here, and I'm so curious. Why JSX?
It's a pragmatic choice. I wanted to build a system that has all these cool things about like lazy loading, etc. And I didn't want to get myself distracted with yet another templating system. Like originally, I actually didn't even want to build a rendering system. I just wanted to reuse an existing one. I was really looking into like, can I just reuse React or Angular or Lit or something like that? The answer is no. We can get into why it's not possible. But my original thing was like, I don't even want to be in the business of rendering. I just want to make this lazy loading magic happen. And slowly I kind of realized that like it kind of permeates everything. Like if you want to do this lazy loading, you really have to start from ground up, and everybody has to understand that at any point in time, you might have to delay load something, right? So the listeners have to be lazy, the rendering has to be lazy, everything about the system just has to be promises all over the place.
That makes a lot of sense. Interesting. I love that you chose JSX, and it's interesting how you framed it there, where a lot of people, I still remember when Solid.js popped up on HN the first time, and the top comment was, "This is really cool, but JSX sucks. Why did you use it?" And it's really cool how quickly that's like shifted over the last 2 or 3 years, that we're now in a place where like JSX is the obvious solution in a way. And if your goal isn't to reinvent rendering and like templating, your goal is to make web dev better, why would you reinvent the templating part? Templating's fine.
That's right, because like then you have to have a like highlighter and formatter and code completer and like typesys checker, right? Like all of these things are like, I don't want to go there. Like I just want to reuse something that already exists, and so that's the reason why JSX is there.
So this all works fine with my standard VS Code TypeScript setup with Prettier then, huh?
That's right.
That's really nice.
And so you were asking about hot module reloading. That everything runs on top of Vite. So Vite gets you HMR out of the box. And HMR really actually works wonderfully well with resumability, because you can, resume things easily.
That is really cool. And I know Vite's all in on the like overloading of HTTP2 with like 500 plus small packages. So it seems like tailor-made for what you guys are doing here. What do I want to go in on next? There's so much cool stuff to dig in on more here. kind of want to go all in on Qwik City because it's really interesting that you guys are building something like that as early as you are in the journey of Qwik. I would love to hear more about what led to you guys deciding to build Qwik City and why this is being built so early in the history of Qwik.
Yeah, we can go there, but I was wondering if I can show you a demo that might blow your mind.
Yes, of course.
I might not. I don't know. I sent you a link in the chat.
I will. Is it okay if I share this publicly in the Twitch chat so others see it? It's the easiest way for me to get it to myself. Cool. I will.
This demo was built by folks in Cloudflare. Specifically, what they want to do in Cloudflare is every single box that you see on a page is actually a different edge worker, and it assembles them together into a single one. So if you look at the inspect elements, you will see that it is separate. There's a bunch of Q containers, right? You see Q version Q container. There's multiple containers on the page. Basically, each container was served and rendered by a separate edge worker. And the idea is to kind of explore the idea of microservices, microfrontends. Okay,
we have some Cloudflare employees in chat that are very hyped right now. Apparently, Pete was the one who worked on this. Supposedly,
Pete who did that. Yes, love Pete. Pete is awesome. All right, so but that's not the demo I want to show you.
Oh, when you
click on it, it changes. Yeah, okay. So open up your console. Actually, before you open up your console, open up a new tab, and we need to grab a URL that is the same URL as the thing, but we need to add something on the end. Look, can you ask for fav.icon or something? We need to just make sure we're in the same URL, but we don't actually want to grab anything. Perfect. That's perfect. Okay. So now go to the first tab. And when you interacted with the app, there was a state of the application, and that state got consumed, right? So click on Elements and hit Escape to get the console on the bottom, and Escape to get the console. Perfect. And then click on the HTML. Oh, but this is okay. Sorry. Click on the container that's resumed. It's okay. You know what? Sorry, this is more complicated because there's multiple containers going on in there. Refresh the page. Change the world only. Change the hello world to like some other text. Okay, now the container got resumed. So if you click on the container, the header element.
Like this?
No. The header in the
in here.
In the DOM. Yeah, the header Q version 38. No, not the header. Under body, there's an element. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now in the console, say $0.qwik.pause. And it's a function, so you have to call it.
Qwik.tags?
No.
What do I call Qwik?
Pause. .qwik.pause.
Pause.
Oh, but it's undefined? How come? This is not a good demo because it has multiple containers. Sorry. Let me see if I can scramble and find you another demo. In the meantime, quick, simple demo. Okay, here we go. This is going to work because it has just a single one.
Grab that link quick.
Try this thing.
Switch to that guy fast. Should I do the same thing where I open up something else here?
Yes.
No favicon on it. I don't know. Does it have to actually be loaded, or can it just be on the same?
No, that's fine. That's okay. Just long as the URL is the only thing that matters. Okay, so let's add a new item inside of to do. So just say new item, hit enter, and it's added. Perfect. And now if we click on,
looking for the Q mount or Q render, this guy.
Yes. No. You need to go all the way to the top. Where is in the
Q-base?
HTML? Oh, this one is too old of a demo. If I could drive, I would show you the demo, but that's okay.
No worries. I'm sorry I can't easily hand over the wheel. I'll have a setup for that in the near future, and we'll be sure to have you on again when that's set up.
No worries. Okay.
Want to TLDR what this would have been?
Okay. What you have is that when you go and add an item to a to-do list, right, you're effectively modifying the state of the application. Now, if you go and grab the HTML of this page, so if you go to the DevTools and go to the root of the HTML, you can grab the whole HTML and you can paste it in a new tab. Now, because you pasted a new tab, the application shows up again, right? Well, that's normal. That would happen in any framework. But will the application run? And the answer is, of course not. It's broken, right? Like, why would you think that the application would run when you do that trick? But in the Qwik, it will continue running. Not only will it continue running, it will actually understand that you already added a bunch of state and modified the state of the application. And when you moved it over, it would just continue to have that state and continue running basically where you left off.
Theoretically, I should be able to copy the entire HTML state and move it over now and have most of that still work, right?
The problem is that the state got when you edit something, in the page, the script tag gets consumed and it's gone. And so when the script tag consumes, it basically no longer will recover because you destroyed the state, so to speak, right? And so the way you get the state back is you ask the there's a method you call on one of the elements that says recover the state for me, so that I can grab the HTML.
Very interesting. So like, this is something, trying to find the right way to ask this, like the double data problem that we see in Next, where we have components that render with like a list of data that has 5,000 items, but we also have those 5,000 items in the script tag as a JSON blob for the get server side props. Is this effectively letting us drop that, but also like when we want to get that state back, call the element to regenerate it almost?
It's a little more complicated. So there's many things going on in here. So one is the double data problem also exists in the Qwik, but Qwik can help with it. Qwik can look at the data that it's serializing and prune it, saying he looks at the data and looks at the graph of relationships between objects and say, I see that you need this data, but like there is no way that you're going to ever modify it, and no component will ever need it. No component will ever wake up to re-render on the client, and therefore it's safe for me to throw it away. So in that sense, and that was the demo with the Hacker News, we serialized nothing. But certain data has to be there, like for example, the state of the to-dos, and there you have no choice but to essentially send it twice, because like you need to know what to-dos you have in order to kind of recover on the client. So some of it gets thrown away by kind of pruning the tree, but some of it has to stay.
I am really happy you're solving these problems so we don't have to.
But that's kind of the thing here. Like, I believe that it shouldn't be the dev's problem. These things that we're talking about fundamentally should not be the dev's responsibility, right? And we are living in this world where when you end up with a slow application, you look at the dev and you blame them. They're like, they messed up. It's like, no. First of all, there's a lot of things that you're asking of them. Second, they don't even have the tools. And third, it shouldn't be their problem. Like, the tools should solve this for you. You just shouldn't have to think about it.
I've seen so many of the like loud, annoying, old school web devs on Twitter that keep complaining about how React is the scourge of the earth and it's slowing everything down. And if we don't stop using it, we're all going to die. And then I ask, okay, what do we do instead? And they kind of shrug and they're like, web components.
Yes.
And that does like, what the hell does that solve? Yeah. And I love that you're like
exactly
the first developer who is solving the problems they're all talking about. And at the same time, you're so much less annoying about it. So it's a really nice change.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I also think that, web components are useful, but they're not the solution to everything. And they're certainly not a framework. And that's the thing that really bugs me, is that people are like, just use web components instead of a framework. And I'm like, web components don't do many things that frameworks do. Like, for example, state management. Nothing to say about web components, right? Templating. Web components have no opinion on templating, and so on and so forth. Like, there's a whole list of things that frameworks do that web components have no opinion on. And so, like, great, use them for the things that they're good at, but like, don't pretend that they're their solution, because they're not.
Yeah, I love that you are as focused on solving the problems as you are. It's like I feel like we're getting out of an era of people complaining about web performance, and we're entering an era of people doing something about it. Finally, it is a really nice change. Like, we definitely swung too far with the big old single page apps, and Angular's guilty of this, React even more so. But it's really cool how it's almost like it's vaguely reminiscent of what happened with Ryan Dahl with Dino versus Node, where he saw the things that how the problems he solved introduced a new like dimension of problems, and now he's back to try and trim those. I'm curious how much of this is you repenting your sins with Angular.
I think some of it is there. But I think there are a couple of differences. First of all, I forgot to mention, we have this thing called React Qwikify, which allows you to take React components and turn them into Qwik components. Yeah, are you paying attention? Now, you don't get all these benefits of lazy loading and all these things on the React components, right? And essentially what happens is we turn all the React components into lazy loadable islands in the same way that Astro turns them into islands, right? But it means that if you wanted to build a Qwik application and use existing widget libraries, you can just use that from Qwikify. It's not yet documented. It's just one of the. It's almost out. It's in the branch. Actually, no, it's in the main branch already. It's just we don't have documentation for it.
I know that I said don't check chat, but I wanted you to see this. As soon as you said the Componentify thing exists to go from, or the Qwikify thing, immediately chat blows up. This is what I was waiting for without knowing it's what I was waiting for. Excuse me, what? I swear to God. So yeah, you just blew a lot of minds.
Yeah, and so I think that's it's required for a couple of reasons, right? Because if we come up with a new way of like doing all this stuff, but we don't build a bridge, then it's like, look, we have a shining solution. But like, yeah, but you don't have an ecosystem. Like, how am I supposed to use this? And so to us, this Qwikify React is a bridge that allows you to either take an existing application or take chunks of the existing application and bring it along with you. As long as the Qwik is the root and kind of does the orchestration of things, it can turn your React components as essentially islands, and these islands can be dynamically hydrated by like mouse move or interaction or something of that sort, or unvisible or some trick like that. And it kind of works. And we take care of things like making sure that the context is shared across all of these islands and things of that sort. And so, yeah, you should be able to build these kinds of apps. And we actually need this. The reason we're doing this is because a lot of builder customers are running on top of Next.js and React, and they complain to us, they're saying like, we have this e-commerce website, it's not fast enough. And we're like, yeah, I mean, you and everybody else, like you're not unique in this particular thing. And so what we want to do is we want to come back with a solution and say like, look, you can put Party Town in here, and that solves that. And for your homepage, you can do Qwik. And of course, the immediate thing would be like, yeah, but all the application is in React. And so we say, no problem. The main things are in Qwik, and then the shopping cart or whatever you've already invested, main years into, those can still be React components, and we can kind of bundle them in and wake them up as needed. So I think we have a really nice solution in that department.
So like on a scale of the Angular 1 to 2 upgrade versus the React 16 to 17 upgrade, where are we sitting in terms of porting from React to Qwik? Like how rough are we in for?
Good question. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this particular topic, actually. I think there might be some surprises around things, but I think for the most part, it should work. I don't know. I genuinely don't. I don't want to promise you that it's going to be smooth sailing, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be that hard. But we'll see. But we are actively working on this. Like this is one of our areas, right? Our master plan is Qwik for rendering, Party Town for third party, add Qwik City on top of it. And you were asking why we built Qwik City. I should have come back to it. And then React Qwikify for a bridge so that existing customers basically can come over and have a better story. Because at the end of the day, Builder is a headless visual CMS system, and we want to make sure that our customers have the fastest possible e-commerce websites. And like this is our competitive advantage, right? If we come to them and say like, look, we can build Amazon faster than Amazon websites without your engineers having to spend ridiculous, engineering effort on this. Like that's worth something.
I'm super excited.
Qwik City.
My immediate concerns are obviously still like edge performance. I know we talked about this a bit. I think we can use this as part of like the Qwik City convo. I'll go back to the screen share here so we can talk over this. But yeah, let's talk about Qwik City, how you got to this so early, and like what the strengths and weaknesses are.
Right. So we actually wanted to reuse existing meta framework. We didn't want to write our own. We looked at Remix, actually. We looked at Next.js. And very quickly, we kind of came to the conclusion is just like originally I wanted to reuse some other rendering pipeline rather than writing our own. We very quickly came to the conclusion that all existing meta frameworks just make too many assumptions about how existing frameworks work. Right. One thing that's, for example, different in Qwik is that in order for Qwik to do its magic, the bundles, the bundle system has to be part of the Qwik's runtime. In order for the Qwik server to be able to do like generate special URLs for that point to your click listener, and to be able to generate preloading information and know like what what chunks can be preloaded and when. Like in order to be able to reason about the system in this particular way, Qwik runtime actually has to know about like how did the bundler produce all these bundles? What are the bundles? What bundle contains what symbol and where do they point to? Right? Without this information, Qwik runtime actually can't run. Now, if you look at existing frameworks, they're like, what do you mean the runtime has to know about the bundles? Like that seems completely like foreign to even discuss this, right? And so
Yeah,
because
you
of
load all
that,
the bundles and then the runtime starts.
exactly, right? It's the other way around. And so because of that, these meta frameworks make all these assumptions about the bundles, and they're completely incompatible the way Qwik works. And so as much as we wanted to reuse existing technologies, we very quickly realized but it just doesn't fit. So that's one thing. The second thing we kind of realized is that all of the existing technologies, a lot of things that they do is they just fight the framework in terms of like, how do I lazy load things? Because the framework itself doesn't really solve it, right? Like if you look at the core of existing frameworks, sure, they have lazy loaded boundaries and a couple of things like that. But like fundamentally, lazy loading is not their thing. They basically say somebody else's responsibility is to do this. And more specifically, they don't have mechanisms for creating lots of small bundles, right? The part of the magic of Qwik is that Qwik automatically creates entry points so that the bundler system can produce lots of bundles. If you write a typical application today, you end up with a single main method that kind of pulls in everything, right? And that's kind of incompatible with Qwik because Qwik says like, well, why do I want to pull out the main method? That's the root component that never updates. I just need the click listener that like prints an alert or something. Like, can I just have that instead of the whole thing? And there is no way to do that in existing systems to just get like the click listener, right? And so this is where Optimizer comes in to kind of break everything into pieces. And this is kind of not really compatible with the meta frameworks and how they view the things. But also, a lot of things that the meta frameworks do is like, how do I lazy load things? But when you come to the Qwik world, it's like, well, that's just out of how the framework works. There's nothing to lazy load. Like, it's just how it is. And so Qwik City, as shocking as it is, the runtime for Qwik City is about 4 kilobytes and about 200 lines of code. Because it doesn't have to deal with things like, oh, lazy loading? Well, that's not my concern because that's just the underlying framework does that. Prefetching? Well, that's not my concern. The underlying framework does that. Creating bundles? That's not my concern. The underlying framework does that. Right?
Sounds like of all of the like meta framework solutions, it's the closest to the framework in that sense, where it's like it's building around Qwik's strengths rather than shoehorning Qwik into another framework.
Or like data fetching, right? Data fetching is another example. All these meta frameworks have complicated data fetching systems. And in our case, it's like, no, it's just use resource. That's the framework's responsibility. The framework understands how to lazy load things, how to serialize it, how to like do all these tricks that I talked to you about like it's a promise and we're just going to resolve it later and all that stuff, right? That's not Qwik City's responsibility. So the thing is, once you kind of start digging into it, you realize that the Qwik City is really not really compatible with anything else out there. In that sense, like it just doesn't make sense to reuse something like a remix or something like that. And it also, we kind of realize it's very small and tiny because the underlying framework already handles these pieces for us.
Interesting. It makes a lot more sense when it's framed in that way, where like Qwik City is a minimal addition that handles the few things that Qwik can't in its runtime and compiler.
Yeah. So what Qwik City does is in two parts. It's a runtime, and also it's a plugin to Vite. Because the problem is Qwik City can run both on a server and a client. Oh no, by the way, I said it's 4 kilobytes. By the way, 99% of the time, the Qwik framework kind of looks at it and says, you don't need Qwik City, and doesn't even send it to the client. because it says like there's no interaction that will cause you to do anything, and so it won't even send you the 4 kilobytes in there. But now I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about?
How little Qwik City has to do.
Oh, right. So there's the runtime, which is about 4 kilobytes, and then there's the Beat plugin. And because Qwik City can run both in the client and a server, which again is not the case for existing meta frameworks because they can only run on a server, right? Qwik City is not allowed to talk to the file system. And if it's not allowed to talk to the file system, how in the world are you going to get a list of the file routes? Because the file routes are actually laid out on the file system, right? So what we actually have is we have a plugin for Vite that looks through all the files and generates what we lovingly call the city plan. And city plan is like a bogus import that you do inside of your application. And it gives you back basically metadata about how the files are laid out on the thing. And what it actually gives you, this is genius, it's just an array. And the first location of the array is the regex that you need to apply to the URL to see if you match or not. And the second part of the array is a list of layouts, components, right? No lazy loading, nothing, because lazy loading automatically just happens, right? So all you have is an array of regex and a list of layouts that are nested, and a final component on the very end, and that's it. That's all you do, right? And then the fact that everything is lazy loaded means that like you actually don't actually, bringing that file in doesn't bring in the whole system, because it only really brings in references to other things. All these things are not real pointers. They're just like more lazy loaded pointers to other files that eventually get loaded when you actually need it.
Sorry, I was replying to some people in chat. That all makes a ton of sense. I'm intrigued. I'm still fixating on city planning or city planner. I love me a good dad joke, but are you down for a new name for Qwik City if somebody comes up with one?
I love dad jokes. Yeah, what's up with the new? So we have Party Town, Qwik City. Get it? Like it kind of goes together.
Party Town was a chaotic difference of a name in and of itself, and I feel like its unique name is both like one of the things that made it stand out, but also one of the things that's made it like hard to propose at work. And
Party Town, but it's third-party code, right? The third-party code goes to the Party Town.
I'm not saying it's not a good dad joke. I'm saying that it was on the line. I feel like Qwik City is a little bit past it, is all. And if someone was to come up with a cooler name,
oh my god, I never thought of it that way. Seriously? You just ruined it for me.
I love Party Town. It's a great name. Qwik City is weird and confused me the first few times I heard it, and it took a while to realize, oh, it's next to Party Town.
It's next to Party Town, yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, it's just it's a city for your components, right? You put your components in the city where they run, and then you ask for a city plan to give you the routing information.
I will think on if I could come up with a better name. People in chat are saying it's growing on them, and it might grow on me too, but interesting name for sure. I will keep thinking on that. One person asked, and I'm, to be clear, not familiar enough with Qwik at all to have asked this myself. Someone asked about the host component and why it's necessary.
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. A very good observation as well. So if you render a page in React and you look at the output of the HTML, what you're going to realize is that there is nothing in the HTML that will tell you where the component boundaries are, right? And because there's no way for you to tell where the component boundaries are, there's no way for the framework to reason about like, where are the components? Like, do I need to download this component or not? Like, where do I point to the component? Like, there's just nothing. There's nothing to hold on to, right? And so part of the rendering process and part of being able to like lazily load the system out, kind of lazy load the components once the page is already present, is for the framework to be able to reason about the system. And what I mean by reason is that even without the presence of the code that generated this output, the framework can look at the structure of the HTML and be like, oh, this is where the component boundaries are, and kind of understand like what is and isn't allowed in terms of updating things or leaving things alone without actually having the code that's behind it. And so the host is the cheapest way of getting there. It is not the only solution, and we could create other solutions, etc. But it certainly is by far the cheapest, right? And given that we're kind of trying to boil the ocean, and there's so many solutions that we have to come up with, we just felt like it's not worth to spend more time optimizing it. Host elements are both useful and a pain in the butt at the same time. And if you come from the world like Angular, or I think Vue has them as well, then you're like, of course, everything is a host element. And if you come from the world of React, you're like, why do I need a host element? And as I said, like there are use cases where one is actually better. There's use cases where the thing is just plainly in the way. So Qwik actually has both kind of components. We have what we call Qwik components, and we have also Qwik Lite components. And Qwik Lite components are indistinguishable from React components in the sense that they don't have a host, but they also are not lazy loadable. So if for whatever reason, like you absolutely have to have this thing and the host is completely in your way, then you can actually do that. So for example, when you were looking at the resource, like the JSX resource, resource was actually not a component. It was this thing we call the light component. And it is just a function that like disappears at runtime. It doesn't even exist if you look at the output.
Interesting. It's weird to think like, just again, React brain. I still have seen some developers get a little surprised when I like make 5 wrapper components and then in the DOM it only renders one thing. But this goes a step further where it doesn't even ship the JS.
Yeah, it doesn't ship the JS, but it still needs to know that there's 5 of them in there. So it's kind of a trade-off thing. It's complicated basically, and it's the simplest way to get to production right now.
One more question that we're getting that is something I think a bit about. The question was framed in terms of cost, like financially, in terms of like how does this run on infra and what does that look like? But I want to go a bit further and discuss cost in terms of where things are run and how that affects like the timeliness of a response. Like when I use or Svelte's edge rendering, the client needs to hydrate a lot more JS to start doing things, but the client gets a page with HTML that's accurate really, really fast. With like Vercel's edge on my local like home internet, it's under 50 milliseconds. I'm curious what, first off, like Qwik's performance in those solutions looks like how fast can it get me HTML, and how much is it going to cost me to run the servers that actually generate these parts and serve these pieces?
Excellent question, and I think Qwik has a very unique approach in this particular case. So let me try to explain it. First of all, right now, again, we were just trying to get to production as soon as possible, and so currently we run Domino on a server. Horrible idea. We're getting rid of it. Actually, there's already a PR will probably land by Monday. Manu's working on it, where we are going to go just do a strict string concatenation solution, and Domino's not going to be there. But if you look at the source code right now, it's still there. So when you do string concatenation, you're already very fast. However, we can do a trick that even faster. One of the thing I sent you was the Cloudflare multi-worker example, where multiple workers were rendering the page and they all got assembled together, right? The reason this example is important is because imagine you have an Amazon page that is personalized. Because your name is in there, that whole page cannot be cached, right? It gets messed up. But if you think about it, portions of the page could be cached. So what if you had a worker in the front that instead of rendering the whole thing, which is expensive, it farms it out to sub-workers, and then a sub-worker can say like, oh, I'm just rendering the hero image. And that's cacheable on whether or not you're a return customer or not. So all you need to tell me is this person a return customer or not? And based on that, I know whether to return image 1 or image 2 from the cache. And it's not just the image, right? It's the whole HTML and everything that goes with it in order to produce the hero thing over there. Styling and everything that goes with it. And so in this particular way, what you can do is you can take a page and break it out into smaller chunks. And then you can say like, most of these chunks are fully cacheable. And I can just have CDN respond for it. And therefore, I'm not even paying for the edge worker for this particular thing. And other pieces are like, well, there's your username in there. I have no choice but like go and actually render this particular bit. But because it's a small, tiny bit, and I'm only doing string concatenation, it's actually very, very cheap. And so the trick that Qwik can do is that it can break an application into lots and lots of small applications. And because each application is fully contained inside of the HTML that contains both the what you saw as a Q container, right? It contains the version number of itself. So each one can run actually a different version of Qwik. It contains a URL where the data is fetched. It had its own build step to produce the artifacts, so like any behavior for this particular page is with it, right? You can actually assemble very personalized pages extremely cheaply, because you're only paying for the parts that actually are changing, rather than paying for this rendering of the whole thing. So I think once we have all this thing working, we're in the process of getting it to work, I think you should be able to do like Amazon style personalized pages that have zero hydration and fully personalized on the edge, and get the performance benefit you want on the client. And I think as of right now, that is something that nobody else can do, because the rendering requires you to render the whole page, right, end to end. And even if you're fast and you're doing string concatenation, you can't really take advantage of caching individual pieces.
Very interesting. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask about next. It's like, how does a CDN cache play into this? Because that's the part that we keep on relying on in like Next.js
Yes.
land. Like when I go to the Vercel events and things, most of the story, even when they talk about Edge, it's not Edge is going to make every request way faster. It's Edge is going to make it cheaper to get your caches up to date. And it's all about the cache as the fastest solution.
Right. And so once you realize that if you look at the whole page as a cacheable unit, then it breaks down, right? But if you break up the page into smaller chunks and you say each of these chunks individually may or may not be cacheable, right? So for example, maybe the hero page is cacheable for a week, and every week you rotate it one or something like that, right? And maybe the whatever is cacheable for, the point is you have choices that you don't have today. And so that plays well to this idea of micro frontends, right? This idea that instead of having these huge monolithic applications that are hard to maintain and hard to deploy, what if you could have just a collection of small micro frontend services that together produce an application, right? And you have a team. Your job is to just worry about the hero image and the carousel that goes with it and the sale and maybe some interaction. Like your job is to worry about the shopping cart. Your job is to worry about the promotional products or something like that, right? And then now each team is a smaller chunk, and each team can deploy and roll back individual pages independently from everybody else, because they're not. There is no global build step, right? That's important. There is no global build step. Each team makes their own build step, and each team deploys and rolls back their edge function independently, and then the whole thing just gets assembled in a client.
That is super interesting. Somebody in chat just said this is the first time they've heard someone talk about micro front ends and they actually bought in, because it's micro front ends are kind of a bad word in this community. We're not super into that pattern.
Yeah,
simply
but
the biggest
the
thing
reason
is
for that.
The biggest reason is state between the islands. Like it gets really
That's
hard
right.
for most applications to share state between things. So like, could I share a store from one part of a Qwik, from one Qwik component to another?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, like very keen observation, actually. It's complicated. Mostly the answer is no. And the reason for that is because you want to make sure that a parent store doesn't affect the state of the client, because then the client becomes not cacheable, right? So the way you think about it is, when the parent container says, I want to have a child container, it can pass a bunch of parameters into it. And those parameters essentially become the URL parameters, the query parameters in the URL. And then you give this to a CDN, and CDN can basically say, have I seen this set of parameters? If so, like, here you go. Oh, I have not seen it. Let me boot up an edge function and compute this for you, right? But it does mean that like you can't just have stores cross the boundaries, because if the stores cross the boundaries, then like if the parent mutates something, then the child has to have a subscription, and like that's just like weird stuff that doesn't really make sense, right? So instead, the containers need to talk with each other using what we essentially call like event protocols. Basically, they have to send custom events to each other, and they specify like, oh, I want to add an item to the shopping cart, and then some other container says, I know how to process this. Let me do that, right? And then they process this and add to the item to the shopping cart, and they understand the internal implementation of the shopping cart, what the structure of it is, and they can change it internally without worrying that they will break some other micro front end. So there are fences you have to build in order for this thing to work. So you can't just be like free for all, right? And I think the reason why existing micro front end services kind of fail is because it is a free for all, one, and two, they require you to have a build step that kind of puts everything together, right? Which means you can't, if team A says, shit, we messed up, we have to roll back, They can't do that. What they need to do is they need to like make a new build with their change rolled back and then deploy the whole new build, right? And so the realization you have to have is that no, the assembly of the microservices has to happen on a client. It cannot be happening as a build step in a dev mode, right? It has to be in the client.
Very interesting. I'm curious, like, it feels like we always get back to the e-commerce use case, and you've got me convinced it's definitely the case. But when it comes to applications like what I build at Ping, is that even like possible, much less viable?
Absolutely. Like, let's say you're building an application like a bank account, right? Wouldn't it be easier to build it with Qwik City, where you just have your URL routes, you have your layouts, you fetch your data, and then the user will love you because they're like, oh, it's a beautiful application where back and forth works fast, and it's fast, and the updates are quick, and like my bank account sometimes renders everything, and then finally the amount shows up a little later because the backend took time to show up, and it's like the developer doesn't have to do anything. They just wrote an application, and it just behaves in this thing out of the box. By the way, one thing you should try is to disable JavaScript in your browser and then navigate around the Qwik website. So if you do Control P and then do greater than arrow, that's a trick to it. I just learned the other day. Control P, I think, and then greater than arrow, and then just say disable JavaScript.
There we go.
What?
Much faster.
Okay. Yeah, and so you can go around, navigate things. You can scroll to the bottom. Now, the thing that gets interesting, I think if you see the menu, then you're still running JavaScript, I think. Oh no, that's a pull down menu, I think. Click on tutorial though.
Tutorial.
Okay, so you're still running JavaScript because
am I really
application
disabled?
Yes. I don't know what happened there. Hit enter, refresh the page. There we go. Now you're not running because it's spinning, right? Yeah, but notice what's happening here. The left-hand side, which is the text, is still rendering. Like if this was been a normal REPL application that you would go on somewhere,
oh, I see what's happening.
The moment you're in the REPL, like none of this stuff would render. But look how much of the page still fully renders. And so this,
I just figured out what was happening. I was closing the dev tools, which was causing it to break.
Yeah. That's right. You can do next and previous, and all of these things just work, even though JavaScript is not present, which means all of this is being fed to SEO, right? Like this is what SEO would see.
Yep.
Right. And to me, like that's magical because like as a developer, I spend zero time thinking about this. Zero. Right. And it just how the system worked. And the only reason why the app and the app TSX is not coming up is because, well, those two pieces obviously are they require clients are JavaScript to run, right?
Yeah. So my pushback here would be, I think that Next and Remix have attained this magic as well. And the place where it breaks down is going to be the same in both. And I haven't seen a compelling enough, like how to do it in Qwik of what happens when I do something or import something that has to be client only. Like when I call window AV devices and things like that.
I'm not saying that, look, we can run without JavaScript. Today's world, you have to have JavaScript, like no questions asked, right? Like we have long passed the idea that we can run without JavaScript. What I'm showing you is what the SEO sees, right? And the fact that the SEO actually gets to see quite a lot that normally you wouldn't see.
So here's my site Ping running without JavaScript. It's still disabled, and it's still the full page with all the text on a Next.js website. All the HTML is cached on a server with the correct SEO and everything. I think that benefit is a common thing now. The more interesting part would be, how do I build that relationship between the thing that both have, the way that that's cached on a server, and then most importantly, how it resumes and how that resumption is both the same as what the server was doing and different, where like in almost every case I have, once I start to resume on client, I want to do something very different, very fast. So back to like the example of the Ping site, on server, I don't want to play the video. I just want to put in the video and like put the tag there. And then on client, I want to load that and run it probably through an effect, similar to what I would do in Qwik, I'm assuming. And that's the case for use client effect. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Actually,
But if I
go
had
to
like
the
an import that would break on server, like a package you can't import in Node, but you can import here, would it be smart enough to bundle split out that import
yes,
and then only handle that on client?
as long as you don't try to execute it on a server, right? Like if you had like use client effect referring to the bundle that only runs in the browser, then you're safe because use client effect will only run in the browser, right? If you
Good stuff.
try to run it on a server, then obviously all hell breaks loose, right?
So is this HTML cached in a CDN right now?
I believe so, yes.
That's
There's
the
no
big
reason
part
why
that I
it
wasn't
shouldn't
sure
be.
about that makes me feel 100 times better. That's really good to
Yes,
hear.
it's absolutely cached. Cloudflare, I believe, does that. You just have to provide a key, and because to us, like it's the same request and it's not personalized, it's in there. Just a heads up, I do have something at in 10 minutes or
Oh, no
12
worries
minutes. So
then. I
just a
was
heads
about
up.
to start wrapping up anyways, but yeah, I super
Uh,
appreciate this.
I
Anything
want
we
to show you
didn't
one
get
more
to
thing.
talk about that you're curious about or wanted to talk about?
I just want to show you one more demo, which I think is super
Yeah,
cool.
let's do it.
And I promise I will stop with the demos. Just
No,
go
I love
to
it.
a quick homepage.
Qwik homepage.
Yeah, and zoom out, like what is it, Apple minus or something, to kind of zoom out all the way up, just all the way, keep going up, keep
That's as
going up,
far as I can
more.
go.
Oh, really?
Yep.
There's content below the fold that doesn't load, and it only loads on scroll, but you can't
Trying
see
to think
it
of an easy way I
because
could fake that, but I don't think I can on my Mac particularly easily.
you would have to change your screen resolution, I think.
Yeah, and I can't do that live. That'll break everything for
Okay,
me.
maybe our
Oh wait, no, I can use the
audience
DevTool
members.
thing that has it. In here, you can do like an insane resolution. Well,
Oh,
give
can
this
you?
like, there you go.
Okay, so scroll to the top. Okay, scroll to
No,
the
this is
top.
the
Okay,
whole
and
thing.
then refresh the page. Refresh the page. See, part of it is missing. And
Huh.
now when you scroll, of course, it's not going to let you scroll because you're too, okay,
There we go.
instead of 9,000, okay, it loads on scroll. And so there's another trick basically that's relatively easy to do in Qwik, because everything is just containers and everything can be lazy loaded, and the container is just inner HTML, bunch of stuff into it. And so, and of course, Qwik is smart enough to prefetch all this stuff, etc. And so on. The end result is that like you don't even know that this is happening, but this is yet another trick we can do to make sure that as a user you have an excellent experience.
I immediately saw Excalibur diagrams and am proud. That's one way to win my
Yes.
affection very fast. I was
Okay,
actually
I
about to
promise
pull
I
up
stop with the
Excalibur,
demos, so we can close down. And I'm also like, as you can see, I can talk about this for hours. So if you want to come
Yeah.
back and continue this, I am happy to do so.
I am very down. Thank you again so much for taking the time to stop by. I really appreciate it. Anything you want to shout out or have people take a look at, follow, whatever?
Besides the obvious of the Qwik, etc., I think you should also check out Builder. I think Builder is, if you're in a especially e-commerce, right, where as an engineer you get this endless request like make the sales 15% instead of 10% because like we're having a sales. Like really, as an engineer, I don't want to be doing that, right? I want to do something more fun and exciting. Check out Builder because it allows you to basically turn parts of the page into a full visual editor, so that you can basically say, marketing, you own the hero on the Builder, on your website. You do whatever you want over there, and they can do A/B testing. They can schedule publishing and things of that sort. And so like check that out. I think that's pretty cool. This is kind of what our bread and butter is. This is what pays our bills to be, so we can work on Qwik.
Just shared the links in both chats. People will hopefully be checking all those things out. Thank you all for being such a great audience. People loved this show. I was scared at first of what it would like. We're not the most excited about Angular here, but it's really cool how you've like bridged the gap for us by building a framework that's this goddamn cool. So sincerely, thank you for taking the time to come talk about this stuff. Means a lot. Definitely let us know when the resource docs are up so we can dig into those too. Really excited.
Yeah, I think in about a month, I think we're planning to have like at least a beta, and so all the docs, etc., should be up and running, and you should be able to try all these things. So yeah, very excited about the future, and I think I really hope that I was able to convince you that Qwik is not yet another framework. Rather, it's a fundamental rethink of how we build applications, and I think that's the thing. And I don't know if Qwik is going to win or not, but I really think that resumability is the future. Like whether or not Qwik will win this particular battle, I think in the future, if we keep building an application using hydration, like we have failed as a species. I think resumability is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, you've convinced me. I was not sure at first, but if you've shown me anything here, it's that Qwik is doing things very differently. Somebody asked pretty early on, like, can you explain Qwik in 5 words? And my answer was no, I can't. There's so much different here that you can't do that. And that's not just fine. I think that's really cool. And again, thank
Yes.
you so much for taking the time to sit here and explain this to us so enough times for us to start getting it.
Yes. Thank you for letting me come over here and allow me to geek out on my favorite topic, obviously.
Of course. Well, thank you again. I'll let you run off to go do your actual job and meetings and things. I'm going to go back to not doing my job and just streaming. So fantastic. Thank you again.
I want your
That's it.
job, man. See you.
Peace. And we are done. That was fantastic. I still can't believe that we had Misko on that early. Thank you all again for hanging out for that one. I want to keep streaming. Gonna find some other things to talk about. I want to go smoke, move my laundry, and possibly pick up my new interface from downstairs. So if you guys are down, I might set up the new audio while we're live just to see how much better it sounds. So yeah, I will be right back. Do I still have my BRB? Yes, I do. Wrong buttons. There we go. I'll be right back. It is time. I am so excited. You guys have no idea. I haven't gotten new audio gear in such a long time. Oh boy. Y'all get to see my like hardcore inner nerd. Change my title quick. Gotta change my category for the first time ever because I am just chatting for a little bit. I need to get my picture with these things fast. Task one is figure out how the hell I fit this on my tiny ass desk. I'm already out of space. Ugh. Yeah, this thing's fucking huge. I knew that buying it. That was like the warning half of the people who reviewed it gave. It's like, no, know the size of toy you are purchasing. Which, there we go. That's the one that opens it. Yeah, that's a big old piece of gear. A really weird way of doing the box packaging, but I still get a caster. I actually don't know where I'm going to fit this thing. It is massive. I do not have the room on my desk for this. I think it's going to have to go on like my shelf thing here. That's annoying, but that'll work. Grab the cables. Bed for now. Oh, are you guys playing with Sockety on Trash Dev stream? I'm sad I missed that. Hope it was a good show. Anyways, how are you guys doing? As I sit here configuring hardware for the next 15 to 30 minutes. There's something about WebSockets that tend to make streamers want to die when they're using them live. I've learned that lesson the hard way, and it seems like others are as well. Shout out to everybody who suffered through it. Trash is killing it. Underrated stream for sure. Power cable routed down. I don't think they have a USB-C to A. Thankfully, I have a C extension on my desk already. It should let me very quickly get this hooked up without moving too much around. One of the things I'm most excited about is you can plug this into two computers at once and manage audio input and output on both, which is going to make my life a billion times easier. I'm so excited. I have to plug it in. Now, the coding stream with the voice controlled camera, that was ROXS, ROXSTAR. Yeah, I'm also kind of recovering from the Qwik chaos. That was nuts. The road is booting. I'm going to find an XLR cable quick. XLR cable. I'm going to be so mad. I feel like it's from my setup, but I should have at least one or two. That's the thing that's gonna fuck me. I'm so upset. I'm like preemptively upset. Aha! We have at least one. Phew. Scared. Here, nice. Why do all the fancy audio brands have the worst fucking packaging and all the cheap audio brands have the best packaging? Here she is, boys. The least expensive part of this change. Although still quite expensive. Plugged in on an input. Oh, I'm clicking things, that's not good. Then gets plugged in bottom there. Miles, please don't. Wired. Oh, this needs to be on the network. I forgot about that. Shit's so fancy. Road Central. Gotta install the app quick. I just realized my roommate's not here, so I could just leave the door open and not feel bad. I might do that just so the cats are less annoying. Oh shit, wrong button. That. Installing Road Central. Hopefully this doesn't kill my computer or restart my stream. People are asking if I got the cloud lifter. I did not because the Road was built specifically with the Shure SM7B in mind. It can do like 80 volts or some crazy shit. Like it's pretty insane how much power this guy can drive. So I'm not particularly worried, although I've been wrong before, at which point I'll go buy a cloud lifter with next day. It's Central. Opening up their app. How's the SM7B? I haven't even heard it yet. I have to update my new interface first. My setup's about to get so much more complex, and I'm going to be very upset about it, but it's probably for the better. Waiting for this all to install. Caught up on essential things. That's still updating. Gonna open the door quick. Thank you for the sub. I should catch up on subs quick. Y'all are the best. Jayon Deco, Atlas, the 5 gifts from Sean, the 5 gifts from Amon, the Hocus Prime sub, Sis Prime sub, Ollie resubbing. Thank you as always, man. Really appreciate it. And Josh for the 5 gift subs as well. And Synthetic early on, also coolest username. Thank you guys again. I really appreciate you all so much. I've been posting in the sub only channel way more, and I've actually been doing occasional sub only code things again. So if you're not already subscribed on Twitch, make sure you do that because you get a special role in the Discord where you get access to a bunch of things no one else has. It's the place where I get to just vent and talk shit, and there's a lot to be talked about that I don't want to talk about publicly. So good place to hang. Still waiting for this to install. Sorry guys, I didn't think it would take this long. Got a warning about this from like their what was it from that I read that this would happen. I think it was just one of the reviews I was watching, but I had a rough idea that I would have to do some updates and things. My trash can in focus. Lol. How big can an update for an interface be? This thing's a fucking computer, man. This thing's got like a lot of CPU on it and some pretty nuts firmware and shit. Excited to give it a real shot now. Cool. Yeah, I can actually hit things and it does what it's supposed to. That is not the date. It is. I don't know how to change these. Oh, is it the? That's cool. You use the knob to increment and decrement things. It's 729. Three. 41. Cool. Don't update. We're already updated. I'll let them get the stats. Create default using setup wizard. Put all of the faders to center. Oh, I need to plug in headphones. Do I have a 3.5 adapter? I can use their headphones. I'm just gonna be like that. Where is my headphone monitor? Oh, it is balanced out. I could use this as my main interface. I might give that a shot after the stream. Let's get this working. Yeah, I can hear. Testing. Nothing yet. Testing. Oh, it has the like the microphone select thing. That's so cool. I like the SM7B. Testing. Testing. Oh shit. Yeah. Wow. That's like freaky good. Yeah. I need to just move over to this. Y'all aren't hearing this. Are you able to hear this? You shouldn't be able to hear this. I don't think you guys can hear the difference. It shouldn't have switched over. I don't even have it set on my computer yet. Like here, I'm gonna turn this all the way down, and it's like if you're still hearing, then you're still hearing it from that. So yeah, you're not hearing shit yet. Getting overly excited. Yeah, the Wave 3 is a very good mic. I want to be clear. I'm upgrading not because this mic is bad, but because this mic's $130. I'm a fucking nerd, and I have made enough money on stream to justify some upgrades, and I don't want to upgrade the camera, so I spent $1,100 on audio shit instead. It's not much better. You're not hearing any difference yet. Y'all are insane. It only sounds better because I'm sitting in front of it right now. Testing, testing. Okay, testing, 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 testing. I like the broadcast. Yeah, that sounds nice. Yeah, let's use that one. I don't have a microphone too. I did all of these things. Fuck. We'll just. Ah, it wants to fight me. That's fine. We'll work around it. Miles, you're going inside of the wrapper for the box. What the fuck? I did switch to the pod mic. We do not want the pod mic. Sim7B. Testing. There we go. Cool. Now let's see if I can get this switched over in the software, and if y'all can hear the difference. Switch this to that. Now you guys should be able to hear the difference. How is that? Significantly better? Worse? Yeah, there's a bit more low end on it by default. Definitely cut the other mic more. I'll play with the settings on this a bit. Sounds worse? Oh no. Let me play with it a bunch. Turn off all the processing for now. Yeah, I can't compare the two particularly easily at the moment. I should probably go do this off stream. There's a high pass on the back. How the hell do I hit it? On the back, there's like weird white things. I have no idea. Come on, focus on that. You can kind of see it's like weird white lines. Less noise, more flat. Yeah, that's probably fine. Line is flat, you're good. Cool. Yeah, never own one of these, sadly. Gonna mute for a sec and screw this on my setup quick. Wait, no, it still comes through. Fuck, how do I... That, oh. might be time to upgrade to a mic stand that's not $7 fucking dollars. So I'm gonna switch headphones so I can get a better idea of how this actually sounds. I hate this fucking Rode. These Rode headphones are not what they were sold to me as, and I'm very disappointed. I do not have a Wave XLR. I was not particularly interested. I'm at the point now where the Wave software is a little buggy for how chaotic my setup is. Can I not hear myself? What the hell? Is this not like functional adapter? Testing? I cannot hear myself on it though. I don't know if that's my adapter or what. If I switch back to the other headphones, does it work? Yeah, I'm learning like 5 new pieces of gear at once right now, so y'all have to bear with me a little bit as I do such. Testing, testing. Okay, no, it's just this for whatever reason has stopped returning audio down the headphone jack. Good to know that it does that. And I need to figure out why the hell. Oh, that's not great. What? What the fuck? Does it sound as bad for y'all as it... There's no way it sounds as bad for y'all as it does for me on this setup right now. What the hell? There's so much static. Okay, it's good for y'all. This setup just fucking sucks for me then. Good to know. Why is the monitoring is so low and bad? Outputs, headphones, low sensitivity. How about that? A little better? Yeah. What's weird is it's close enough to how I actually sound, and the latency is low enough that I can't tell if like I'm hearing myself or not, which is very interesting. I was told the Rodecaster has a lot of gain, the 2 in particular. I was trying to avoid getting a pre. Everyone said I wouldn't need one with the Rodecaster 2 in particular. It's a big part of why I grabbed it. I just did. Testing. Hopefully that sounds a little better. Didn't have Phantom on by default, which is hilariously, or just kind of hilarious, honestly. Turning on their processing again. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do noise suppression filters that I should probably set up later. I'm just annoyed that I'm getting noise in the first place. Disable, clear. Interesting. Hopefully that sounds significantly better considering how much fucking money it cost and how much I just spent setting it up. But yeah, it's much more convenient for me already. The latency difference is immediate and I am much happier on my end. So this is a mic you'll need to compress. Good to know. Is there built-in compression on this guy? Gonna hit the broadcast preset, which should come with an adequate amount of compression, but I can set that up in the future. I'll probably like off stream be playing with this a shitload. Definitely going to need some configuration. I don't have any of my filters or the things I had set up previously on this at all. So this will take work. I'm expecting it to. That is fine. This is a decision that was made the directional sound is narrow. So like if there's a much sweet spot now. We'll probably have to increase gain significantly to balance that out. Yeah, this is like one of the few mics I haven't played with a whole lot. I have my NT2035 in my drawer that I might like A/B this against to see how I feel. Think I'll be happy overall. I will definitely be bugging you later Monday. You are like the perfect person. Yeah, I could bump gain. Oh, that peaks a bit. I can even hear it peaking. Fuck. Let's. Ta-da. That seems like a good balance. I can compress it. I'll just do an OBS compressor for now. Filter, add compressor. The default's a little aggressive, and I can't hear it because I'm not monitoring it. What's the easiest way for me to monitor? I'm just going to switch over to my computer. Plug that in there. Audio advanced. Minimum 60, cool. 61, that should be fine then. I would like to monitor that. Oh, is my monitor device not going to work? Because it never fucking works. Monitoring devices default. Oh, I know what happened. Wavelink died because I unplugged my wave mic. Love that for me. Gonna plug my wave back in so I can hear. Gonna have to migrate all my software. Love. Give the medium and the loud test, and they should roughly hit the same mark. Yep, good calls. Thank you, John, by the way. Really appreciate you hanging out for this. Ryan with the raid. Wow, thank you so much, man. Great to have you here. And thank you again for the wonderful recommendation for a guest that we just wrapped up with. That was an awesome show. Fly? Can I? Yeah, I can hear myself again. That's nice. Yay. That took too long. And I sound a lot more like me, and it's weird. I'll get over it. Can shit on OOP with much better sound quality. That is the goal. That is why we're here. Oh, thank you all for the raid. Really appreciate it. First raid. Damn. I am honored. High honor. Thank you very much, man. Oh, the 1 Man 2 Frameworks. I haven't changed the title on YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube thumbnail is not going to be accurate for the rest of the stream, and YouTube doesn't make it easy enough for me to fix that. So, sorry. YouTube needs to figure out live. Got it. It's weird. I sound very different. I'll get over it, but yeah, it'll take time. The built-in compression I just set up sounds fine. I think I can live with that. Testing quiet speaking, testing loud speaking, louder. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go with it. Excited to hear the recordings. I always monitor myself, yes. I think that is important. Okay, it's just one of those things that I speak better when I monitor myself. I interrupt people less when I monitor myself. I generally find myself doing a better job of talking if I'm self-monitoring. I'm going to turn down some of the automatic processing, especially the advanced. Advanced. Cancel. I want to see what each of these does. There's a high pass, a de-esser that's up fine, a noise gate that's pretty solid. Oh, the compressor is only 2-to-1. Let's fix that. I'm going to use the built-in 4-to-1, reasonable. I'm going to have to watch somebody else's video of how they have this thing set up. I'll do that later, probably. I'm going to turn off the OBS compressor and just use the one on here. I need to use other monitors, or I will not actually hear what is going on. I was not planning on nerding out on it this hard, but I want to. Who am I kidding? Testing? Yeah. There we go. Now I can like hear what this sounds like without hearing myself like speaking outside. It didn't matter as much, but now I care a lot. So might knock that down to 3. Oh, Miles is going to knock that box off the table for sure. That's the box this came in. Interesting that they have a chaotic built-in EQ. Everybody's saying I sound flat. I got some crazy boosts. I just turned it off. So this is actually flat. This is the EQ that I had on it. Off, talking, testing, 1, 2, 3. On, talking, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Absurdly better. Exciter. Huh. I do not like what that does. Words, what that does then, because I just turned it off and it sounds better. Panning. I don't know why there would be panning on, but whatever. And then high pass at 70. I might turn that up. I'll play with that later. Yeah, this sounds enough better. I'm just going to leave it. I'm happy. This is how I sound, guys. You can actually hear my voice and not all of the crazy processing I was doing to my voice previously. Need to test the swear button. Yeah, I should. That is not the swear button. None of those are. I don't think I have it set up right now. Yeah. These sounds are cringe. Oh, there is the...
pitch up. Lol. That can be fun.
Could do the whole... what's it called? Who's the funny, like, hacker spam dude that, like, fucks with all the spam people? Kitboga.
Yeah, so I can do the Kitboga thing now.
Pretty useful. Need a rant in that voice. Well, surprised none of these are like the sensor by default.
What is... Oh, that's fun. Whoa.
Yeah. We'll have some fun with this, don't worry. Yeah. Was this worth $1,100? To be determined. Does this make me happier and enjoy my life streaming more? Yes. So, checks and balances. We'll go with it. What else were we going to talk about today? I had things. I've forgotten the things. The presentation yesterday was, or the presentations yesterday at the like React SF thing were dope. Ryan killed it with his. He gave some really good examples. It was like a React conference, which was funny because neither him nor Jared were there to talk about React. They were talking about other things. But it was really cool having both of them there, and in particular, the new framing that Ryan's working on for Solid that made it a little easier to grok for React devs. I'm also going to try something. I'm going to see if I can move this a little more out of frame and just turn up the gain enough to make up the difference. That way I can like have a little more freedom with where I'm moving and shit. Yeah, let me adjust the gain a tiny bit for that. Theoretically, I should have a lot more like wiggle room now. Nice. That makes my life so much easier. Crank it up. It's already pretty loud. I'm monitoring things, guys. It looks fine. Let me compare to like YouTube audio or something to see how another video sounds. Oh, no, that's going to work because of the wavelength device thing. Let's switch over to that. Yeah, my levels are like appropriate compared to other videos and things. That's fine. I can live with this. Yeah, we're going to go with it. I'm happy. Anyways, what are the things we were going to talk about? Let me go through my notifications quick. Change Twitch category. We haven't done something else yet, though. Still just chatting, I guess. I should change it just so other people can raid me if they see us in software. It's a good call. Anyways, what are we talking about now? I don't have a topic. Like, I did not plan. The only thing I have on my screen's a BRB, which is no longer accurate. State management. That could be a fun one. Do I finally do the state management talk? Let me look at my Notion. I had a bunch of things in it. Yeah, the auth guy screwed you last time. Getting your errors in next. I could do the getting your errors in next. That could be fun. And it would be like a useful video for noobs. I kind of want to do the in defense of web tech on mobile. I feel like I did a space on that already, though. God. I think state management might have to be the thing. Y'all forget that I'm bad at TypeScript. I wish I was good at it, but I'm not. Am I uploading the Zapdos dev process? I probably should. That would be content. I'll think about it. Yeah, I need to make a decision on that. At what point do you decide your data in JSON won't cut it anymore? Interesting question. What data and what JSON is what I would ask about first. How to shorten URLs. I have a couple of videos about that. Should you call your coworkers noobs? Huh. I have to think on that. There's a lot of like words that I use that some people have associations with that aren't good, and I don't mean them that way. I think the big one is dumb, and that's why I did the TikTok I did on it. I don't say things behind people's back, so I don't really think about it that way. Why is my hair pixelated in the scene? That's actually a fun one. Video compression is hard, and my hair is chaotic, and it's in a very small space, so it's trying to like anti-alias from place to place and doesn't know how to handle that, so it shimmers. Something I've been more and more self-conscious about just in terms of how like the videos come out. So I'm considering trying different like either compression algorithms or hairstyles to handle that. So TBD, go bald. Not bad. Not a bad idea in terms of like compression. That's a lot less color to deal with. That's a lot less like motion to deal with. Bald heads are optimized for streaming. Technically speaking, not necessarily like graphically. Like your designer might be upset. Next purchase is going to be a Sony A7. Please don't make me do it. To be clear, this is not a problem from the camera. This is a problem from compression. When my hair has enough space and isn't being downsized from the aspect ratio coming in, it's a lot less bad. Theoretically, if I was to resize that preview to be like a pixel perfect fraction of the like aspect ratio, it would probably be in a much better state. Downscaling, yeah, is the thing that's messing it up. Resize my hair. I need to. I am overdue a haircut. I care about the hair being pixelated. It makes me upset, to be clear. This isn't like people trolling me. This is something that I get annoyed by. So, Cameron needs the lazy load. Lol. Is it time to talk about state? I think it might be time to talk about state. Let's do it. That's first a lot of buttons I didn't mean to hit. This is an overdue rant. I think that React state is a topic that generally we worry about a lot, but don't discuss solutions about enough. I feel like everybody's really eager to shout about their favorite state manager and not about the like more fundamental problems of what is state and why are we building it. So this is the React state management rant. And I want to start with a really important call out. If you can use React query, you probably should. This is important to understand. A lot of state management isn't managing state in the sense that these are things that can and often change and that user interactions like live manipulate and mutate. Traditionally, when I am talking about state management with React engineers, what we're discussing is state synchronization between the client and the server. The goal isn't so much to create, how do I put it? It isn't to make a state machine with all of these events and actions and behaviors so much as we have data on the server, the client requests it, and then the server gives it to the client and the client has it now. So many state problems are that. And I've seen a lot of people reaching for state managers when what they're looking for is a way to synchronize their server with their client. So please, I implore you, if you haven't used React Query yet and you're looking to install Redux or Zustand or one of like the many other things we're going to talk about, please read the React Query or the Practical React Query Guide by TK Dodo first. This does a fantastic job of breaking down the idea of client state versus server state and the things that React Query is good for. If after this, it still feels like it's not the best solution, and there are edge cases in here, even like the using WebSockets with React Query might be a bit of a stretch for some, but at the very least, understand this and how synchronizing your backend and your front end is probably what you're looking for most of the time with state, and pick a solution that's good at that first. With that all said, let's talk about state and the different types of state. So, what is state? Data. Usually, data that can change. State is a very general catch-all term. It can be the things in your RAM. It can be the like objects that React has access to. It could be the use state calls. It could be a lot of different things. But generally, the idea of state in any given application layer is the things in that application layer that can change. So with that known, what are, how do I put it? So like, yeah, this one's going to suck to edit. Good thing Des is out so I can deal with it myself. So also, did I change my titles on things? I should do that. What even is changing my title on things now too quick. My viewership's dropping pretty bad on YouTube, so I should probably get a new thumbnail. Let me do that quick. Cool, new screenshot. Affinity that up fast. Export 720. Edit customization. I can't even. God, the main view for monitoring your live stream in Studio doesn't let you change the thumbnail. God, as great as YouTube Studio is for video, it is shit for live. Change that over. Cool. Oh, thank you for making the mic command for me, Classy. Really appreciate that. It doesn't pick up my voice as well, but it still does. Like, I am monitoring. I can hear everything you guys can hear. Don't worry. And I'm also learning the limitations of the mic, like, consciously right now. So, now I have all that updated and a nice big chunk to trim out of the video. Let's keep talking. So what is state? State is data, usually data that can change. What are the different types of state? So, types of state. There's a lot of different ways you can think of state types, but I'm going to break it down to a couple specific ones. Server state. And I think I'm just going to break down to server state and application client state. So server state is things like the user's profile, like how many, or what's the user's name? How many people are they friends with? What are the current profiles that are on Twitch? Like who's live right now? Those are server state, things that the server has decided and described in a specific way. Server state is what most of our job is to deal with. It's taking things that are on the server and displaying them to the user in a way that is a good experience for the user, but also often that they can interact with and modify the server state. Application state is things that are specific to the application at any given time. Things like, which page are you on right now? Is your microphone on or off? Do you have a video device connected? What, like, is the drop down open or closed based on if you've clicked it or not? Those types of things. So a common example of server state example. I'm gonna just inline code it. Const open set open equals use state false. There's a very common example of that's server state, application state. I'm dumb. So a good simple example of application state would be a use state for keeping a menu open and closed, whereas a more common server state example would be const data loading or is loading equals use query user or data fetch some data or fetch. Gonna do poor Maple's favorite here. Can I get enough parens there? One off. Cool. Rad. So server state is data that you're fetching or getting from somewhere else that you're then showing in your application. So another way you might look at this when I first write it is oh, well, application state is things you can change, and server state is things that you can't. So you should probably use application state for anything that the user might want to edit. Like, are you fetching your bio on Twitch, for example? Can you just edit the text if you're fetching it from server? No, you're going to have to put that in state, right? Well, let's think about it for a minute. We could use the data we get from server to pre-populate the field and pre-populate state. So if we have this, I should probably live code this. I already regret deciding to do this. Oh no, the last thing I had open was Dart. That's scary. I'm just going to make a new demo component. Export const example component. Const data equals use query, which I should have. I don't have React query in this. Actually, might not. Let me. How do I open up the integrated terminal? I don't ever use it, but I'm being lazy. Port. What? Oh, is it at tanstack or slash query now? No, it's the fuck. Huh? I'm gonna use JS and go insane for a bit. That's fine. Package JSON, React query. That was not what I installed. I restart TypeScript server like 15 fucking times a day. Do I really have to already? Nope. Still dead. Sorry. Well, I have that here. Hopefully. Import use query from React query. Do I actually have to import from @tanstack/? That's the worst part of the new tanstack query, for sure. That I have to type @tanstack/ before importing. The worst. Fuck off. Let me hide things so I can actually use this. Okay. Const data equals use query. I think it has to be an array now. Some query. And we'll return default state. And this is the thing that we get back from the server. Actually, rename this to server state. I'm going to use a little hacky way. Pretend this code is on the server. Let content equal default state. And we're going to return content here. So again, pretend this is on a server, and then everything here down is client. So what we're going to be doing is operating against this external server state inside of our client. So now we have this data. I can input value equals data. And theoretically, what are the console errors? Can I find, oh, it just died. No query. Oh, I have to set the query client. Fuck. That's annoying. Let's yoink. I'm going to rename this to body. Yoink. This is why I hate live coding. App. Kill. Query client. This is the client equals body const query client equals new query client. Cool. And now I can use React Query. What I was doing there was creating the context that is a single context for all of React Query, so we'll never have to think about it again. Really convenient that we have to do this once, knowing we have to do it once, but once it's done, no more contexts, no more of the global chaotic context stuff. So from here, I want to use this data. Right now, we're putting it as the value here, but that's not great because when I change this, if I keep typing, it doesn't let me because the value's hard set. I have no ability to fuck with this. So I can change it to default value. I think it's just default. Oh no, that reload kills all the things I did. I'm going to be so mad. Okay, so I changed it to default, but it's not there at all. If I put another string. Nope, I guess default just doesn't work. A default value is a thing. That's what I thought. Cool. Now we put data here instead. I actually think that would work because I didn't think this would be loaded in time. Is this immediately loaded because it's a function that can run immediately? Console.log re-render with data. Data. No, it comes through undefined initially. Interesting. So if you change the default value. Okay, that's what I thought would happen. So here we have a different default value of like, please fill this in. And even though our code says use data or please fill this in, we always get the default of please fill this in. The reason is this code decides on the default value on the first render when we don't have data yet, because this is a query. This is coming from the back end. However, we want this to be correct. So the quick, simple, and I would argue the best fix for this would be in is loading here and return some type of placeholder in the interim. So if is loading, return div loading. And now this will always load the state from the server because this item does not render until the server has given us back data and this is populated. Because is loading this check here will prevent that from rendering. So the default value we get ends up being correct in the end now. You could also use a key to force a reset, but that would have other potential side effects. So now the question is, how do we change this? Like I can write values in here, but it's not affecting anything. Clearly, I have to go add a state, pull the data from the state, modify the state, and then post it. Kind of. I think we can do a lot simpler here. So first we need the use mutation that will actually do this. So const mutate equals use mutation. This doesn't need a name if I recall. So I can just do this. Data content equals data. So now when we call mutate, it will set whatever we pass to it to be this content value. But let's say we have another thing rendering this below. So we have a h1 current value. We want that to be data. So we have this, but I'm changing this. Nothing's changing. We want it to. I can add on submit. E for the event. And we want to E dot target. Actually, don't know if on submit will fire on enter. I suck at forms. I'm going to do this the easier way of a button. We don't want it to fire on change because we don't want to fire the mutation constantly. I think on blur might be the best thing. So we'll start with on blur just because it's easy. And on blur, we're going to mutate E dot current target dot value. And now I'm going to change this, and nothing's going to happen still because this data isn't refetching. We're changing that, but this is a server value we changed. We just posted effectively to the server saying, hey, we're changing this value. And the server's like, yeah, sure, thanks. And then doesn't do anything else. What we need is an on success. We want to do something. In this case, the easiest thing is refetch. That's not what I copied. And now, oops, wrong button. Ta-da. See? Magic. All we have here is on blur, run the mutation, and on that success, or on that mutation success, revalidate the query. This might be it might feel like a tiny bit more code than writing your own state management. However, it is significantly less bug prone, and you've reduced the dimension of problems. We no longer have to worry about the relationship between the input, the state, and the server, because the relationship is when you leave the input, that becomes the server state. And when that change occurs, things are revalidated. Somebody asked the question of, does this also invalidate the cache? It does. The cache will get updated as well. You also have the option, instead of doing it this way, where we immediately revalidate this with the refetch, we can instead use the query client. So query client equal, or QC equals, use query client. And in here, we can do QC dot invalidate queries, pass it some query, which is just the string name from here. Might have to be in an array for that to work. Let's test it. That did not work. Might have to be double wrapped. No? Validate queries. Huh. Interesting. I don't know how the new invalidate queries works. This should absolutely be working though. Oh, it might be because it needs the like undefined. Maybe it doesn't need either. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure why this isn't working. Maybe this needs to be null. Yeah, I'm actually not sure why this invalidate queries call isn't working. This should absolutely be fine. Am I getting console warnings? Unexpected token, expected comma. That was not from this, was it? I want to set up the React Query Dev tools, but that's not trivial inside of this, sadly. Use remove queries. I have to delete that guy and one of the array wraps. Nope. Get rid of the array. It should need the array now. reset queries. It should automatically when it's invalidated, it's supposed to revalidate them. Not the right buttons. Yeah, I'm not sure that was the move either. Tan stack. Cool. Ducks. I'm gonna invalidate query invalidation. Validate every query, or yeah. Validate every query with a key that starts with to-dos. Yeah. What the fuck am I doing wrong? It's the exact same string. It has an array. Why would I remove the array the 5th time? And it should just be invalidate. Use query, yeah. This is like the exact same thing I just did. It doesn't matter that I'm using it on success. That does not matter at all. Mutate's getting called on Blur. I'll even add a console.log success. And I'll put content here so we can see the current state. See? Success, empty string. Success, this is happening. It's just not working. Another way I can prove that. Huh? Yeah? This is why I don't live code anymore. Invalidate from mutations. Validation from mutations. Yeah. This is literally what I'm fucking doing. I did this right. I did everything here right. I'm upset. Invalidating the cache does refetch. Here, watch. Refetch queries. I just call all refetch. That's not working either. I'm going to assume this is a bug in v4 and reinstall v3. Or maybe the use query client it imported is wrong. No, it's all from the same thing. There's literally no way. Let's remove React query at. Is it smart enough to do this? Yes, it is. Cool. We're back to the version that I know works now. I'm going to invalidate queries with some query. And I promise you, I am still confused. Didn't need to be that, maybe. Okay, here's what we're doing now. That doesn't look right. I forgot the Vite template. Can it just give me the fucking command? Okay, yarn create Vite. npx create feet. Interesting. The same thing happened when I npm installed earlier, where it's like installing this, but the package isn't resolving correctly. It seems like v4 is just kind of fucked right now. So we're going to go back to 3392. I'm going to have to do a lot of cutting in this edit. I am already annoyed. None of that was any of the things I hit. Come on, prettier. Fix shit for me. There we go. What is this upset about? Oh, this needs to be a type. There we go. Does this need a key? Let mutations didn't need a key. What is this upset about? Why am I getting unknowned to hell? Did I just kill the TypeScript server? Yeah, that's what happened. It knows the type. Whatever. Okay. We're going to just go with it from here. I should plan these things ahead if I want to do them with like an example that's working. Why is picking a random port? I don't have anything running on other ports, do I? Yeah, I don't. Why the fuck is it picking a random port? There's a new default Vite port? Why? Cool. This works now. It's something stupid about how the fucking code sandbox worked. Cool. So lesson learned, code sandbox is not useful. Lesson learned. So all we're doing here again, so gotta once over this quick because there were some dumb annoying things and I have to do some editing. So we have some state that is on the server. The server is imaginary. It's this variable, but we're not letting the body access it directly. So in this some query function, pretend that we're fetching data from the server. In this mutate function, pretend that we are sending a post request to the server to make a change on that side. So the on success case here, we are invalidating the query to be, or because this value is new and the query should now be refetched to have that data. But not necessarily, how do I put it? In some cases, that's not the best path forward. Like the server might take a while to return that data and you want to have that change on client immediately. Let's say I make this a new promise. I haven't done the OG promise syntax in a while. Did I get that right-ish? I think I have to return it. Yeah, I do. Cool. Set timeout. And we're going to resolve this request with content after a second. So now when I load the page, it's going to load for a sec before it comes in. We made a fake timeout or a fake request there. So now when I make a change, so new content, it's going to take a second to update because it's now loading that data in the background. If I was to change is loading to is fetching here. Also, is this mad about... I guess that it doesn't know the type of what this promise resolves. That made it shut up. So if I switch is loading to is fetching, what's going to happen instead now, whenever I make a change, it goes back in the loading state because that data is being fetched again. But let's say we want to avoid that. We don't want to have that time in the back and forth to the server to get new data, and we don't want to have the state where things are stale. We can, instead of invalidating the query, qc.update or set query data. And we can set some query to be the new data that we have here, which on success will actually have the data, which we don't want. What we want is the variables, because this is what you submitted with. So we can stop calling content because we don't want to call content in here. We don't know what content is. That comes from the server. And now we are setting the query to be whatever data that we took in here. And that is not working because new data default state is what it's... Oh, no, it's getting the right thing. Maybe the set query data isn't happy. That query key should be right. Act query. Optimistic updates. Yeah, set query data. Oh, is it a function? Yeah. That's fine. That should have done it. Getting the new variables. There was no array, but if you use an array in both, it's fine. If I remove it from both. shouldn't make a difference. Interesting. It might have been bound to a stale client, maybe? Yeah, this could have been reinstantiated and passed incorrect, but that feels unlikely. I'm not sure what was causing that. Some weird hot reload bug is what that was. Cool. I'm going to switch back to the array syntax because that should work, and it will make the edit feel less confusing. God, I feel like I'm going to have to like redo this whole video. Why is it? Yeah, okay, cool. So for whatever reason, there's a hot reload bug that we're dealing with. But theoretically, this should do what it's supposed to. What we're seeing here is we have this content that we're fetching from the server. We have a use mutation that is running on the client. And once that client mutation has succeeded, we immediately show the new value. But now I'm going to throw one more wrench into things. So now when we resolve this mutation, when we make the change, it also has a 1 second delay. So when I make the change here, the 1 second, oh, I need to do the refresh. Yeah. It will take 1 second for my changes to appear because we're doing them on success. There is one more option you have, which is on mutate. And this doesn't have data. It only has the variables because we haven't finished the mutation yet. This is called an optimistic update. We are optimistically changing things, even if the server doesn't accept the change. So if I was to, in here, instead of returning content, returning default, always, we'll get default initially, but then it gets ignored because I'm just overriding that value in the cache with whatever the hell I want to. All of these options make sense in different situations for different things. You can also combine them with the loading states provided by React Query to determine what inputs can or can't be touched at a given time. But what you'll find the more you play with it is the vast, vast majority of weird state cases that you're dealing with and thinking about can probably be solved very well with React Query. Now that we've talked all about interfacing with APIs, what about the things that aren't? Because most things are server state, and there's lots of ways that are better than application state to handle making changes to server state. Server state isn't just things that don't change, it's the relationship between the client and the server and how those things change. But there's a lot of things that aren't that. So what isn't server state? I actually get in this argument quite a bit because there's a few people in certain frameworks communities that insist that things that are developed in these like new data fetching patterns somehow invalidate the need for something like React Query. I wholly reject that. I think React Query is useful for lots of other things that aren't server state, like AV device management, navigation state, open, close, menu state. It's a lot of things like this. One that we have a lot in ping is chat visible or open? Where like you have a sidebar where it could or couldn't be open. And this isn't state that only matters for whether or not it renders. This is state that's kind of global because we have a notification system, and notifications behave differently depending on where they're being, or depending on whether or not the menu is open and the chat's open. So if chat's closed, notifications pop up at the top. If chat's open, they appear in chat directly. Or things like instantiating the camera device. That's an async function that I have to call and then wait for behavior and then get that back. React Query can do all of these things. I would say for the AV stuff, it's good, not great. For navigation, it's bad. For open close menu stuff, it's terrible. And for is chat open, it's also pretty bad. So for a lot of these types of very application-y problems, especially the synchronous ones like navigation state and menu state stuff, React Query isn't the best solution. So what should I use instead when it's not ideal? So this is going to be a list in order of what you should prioritize. So option 1 should be built-in React state. Use this if it's simple enough to do. If you have a use state in one place that you want to pass down to some children so they have that data, that's fine. Don't be too scared of prop drilling. I find that a lot of engineers get turned off by the idea of prop drilling, so much so that they just don't pass props like ever. That's not the solution here at all. Use state is fine, and passing things around is fine as well. I should say built-in React, use state. Addendum. I don't recommend context much. Context in React is very powerful for prop drilling, effectively. So if you have some properties that aren't going to change much, and you want everything from here down in the DOM to have access to those properties, context is a good way to do that. But if those are values that are going to change a bunch, like inputs, like user scores or behaviors or chat or those types of things, context is the most wrong of wrong ways to do it. For things that don't change, context is great. It is a simpler, I shouldn't say simpler, it's a more complex but less boilerplatey code prop drill pipe. The reason why you don't want to use context for those things is it is passing everything in it to everything that consumes it. So if you have a component that is consuming if you have a context that has the user object, and whenever the user clicks a button, it increases the user's score, and that changes the user object in the user context. Now, everything consuming that context has to re-render whenever that comes through. React Memo will not solve the issue. It will double the amount of compute you're doing while not solving the issue. No. React context is an effective way to say, from here down, everything has access to this data, and everything will re-render when the data changes. Gomez, what do you mean by download audio? What the fuck? I'm ignoring chat. You guys are asking too dumb of questions, and I was on a roll there. Anyways, thank you to the people in chat who are like bringing real context and answering other people's questions, because there's some dumb questions in there. Anyways, React context is for dependency injection, pretty much nothing else. If you're looking to make passing props a little more ergonomic, maybe use context. Otherwise, probably don't touch context. So what do you use instead? Well, we're going to draw a diagram. So this one's going to have a question in it. Why didn't use state work? There's a couple different reasons why use state might not work for you. Reason one might be, I need a global. So you are cool with use state as it is, but you don't want to have to pass values constantly up and down everywhere. One of the best things to use in React, if use state isn't like ergonomically pleasant due to the prop drilling and all the other chaos, and you just want to have effectively like a use state that you could reuse in 15 places, Jodi. Jodi is fantastic. Jodi has a system called atoms. It's an atomic state manager. So the simple examples are like you define an atom by importing atom, and then you give it a value. And now when you call that with use atom, you get the value and a setter. And you can call use atom on a given atom in 100 different places in your app.
And when one of them changes it, all of the rest update. No context, no chaos, just a simple define an atom and then consume that atom in other places. You can also derive atoms using their derivation systems. They have cool recipes and things like that. It's a lot of fun to be had with Jodi. But generally speaking, its strength is I have this thing that I want to change, and now it will, and now when I change it, it will update in other places. So if I had a context that had 15 values in it, and any one changes, all of the other values, or all of the things consuming the other values, have to re-render and update as well. With Jodi, you can just define 15 atoms, and then whatever consumes whichever specific atom updates accordingly. If you had an atom that had a big object in it with lots of keys, and you were consuming one key off that, then it's still going to re-render the same way context does. But if you use atoms to break up your context, it's a really efficient way to do things. All of that said, there are a few reasons why you might not want to use atom, and those are the other directions I want to go in here. One of them is I need a machine. Actions, events, etc. So if you have, instead of like const count atom equals create 0, and then we want to like, and then we can call const count set count equals use atom count atom, and then below here I can call set count 5, and that just works. But let's say we don't want the ability to set count, we want the ability to increment count. So I'd want this to get increment, and then we call increment with no argument. You can't do that with atoms. You'd have to redefine all of that functionality yourself, and it's not gonna be a great experience to do such. So if you want to store, I'm gonna move this example over here. So if you want to store instead, this is where Zustand really shines. I'll write that below quick before I forget. Zustand. So in Zustand, I'll just go to the docs because they're really good. You create a store instead of a value. So in here, we create a store. It has bears, which is the value in it. And then you create actions, which are updating events on here. They're functions you can call. So when we call increase, it sets the state to be bears +1. And when we call remove all bears, it sets it to 0. So when you use something like Zustand, you are handling the ways you interact with the state as part of the machine, so that when others consume it, you know which behaviors they're able to work with. This is a machine, not shared state. This is a little closer to context and how it works, where you can define different things on it. The big difference is you can subscribe to specific values. So if I had bears and a different key on here, and that other key updated all the time, when I select from it, so use bear store state.increase, or in this case, state.bears, this will only re-render when state.bears changes. With controls, this will never re-render ever, because increase population is never going to re-render, or never going to change. And as long as that function never changes, which it won't, we're not rebinding it, it's never going to re-render. I've seen a few questions about other solutions, in particular recoil with Jodi. Yeah, recoil is pretty similar to Jodi. Jodi is a lot simpler, better maintained, and more likely to keep doing well. I'd probably use that. But yeah, Zustand and Jodi are my two go-tos right now because they solve those two different types of problems. I'm not going to bother with a code snippet. I showed everything I wanted to there. So if your reason for useState not working is you want something more global, go to Jodi. If your reason for wanting something other than use state is it's not actionable and it's not something you can interact with more directly, Zustand's a really good solution. It also has some fun magic tricks. Let me reopen the docs here, where you can access Zustand outside of React, which I do pretty regularly. There are some examples, without React. So you can call from Zustand vanilla, get state, set state, subscribe, and destroy. And now outside of React, you're able to make changes and update things. So I'll often bind listeners externally that update the store outside of React, and then React magically updates itself whenever those things change. It's a really convenient way to do external management of data that is internally operated within. There we are. So, if built-in React state isn't working, should probably go with Jodi or Zustand. I use both at the same time pretty often. It's really nice. There are lots of other solutions. I see people mentioning Redux. Redux was great, and it made all of this possible, but it's way more work to set up. It is way more complex overall, and it's a decent bit of code. Redux is very large. Jodi is 3.39 kilobytes, and Zustand is 1.16 kilobytes. Yeah, Redux does so much more than you need. It does all of these things, but you probably don't need all of these things. Almost everything I build needs neither of these. It's very rare that I need to reach for these. We use Jodi for some global device management stuff in Ping, like which devices are active. And then we use Zustand for the chat room to manage who's connected and WebSocket connections, stuff like that. Everything else is React query. All the stuff we talked about up here. Generally speaking, most of the stuff that I'm worrying about when I'm worrying about the state and the data of my React application is data that I'm synchronizing from my server. So I don't need a state library more often than not. When I do, Jodi and Zustand solve the specific problems that React's built-in state were not built to solve. So I reach for these two very minimal and light solutions when I need them, and I don't when I don't. One more option I want to bring up, because it is really cool, and more people should probably use it for complex things, but less people should be talking about it because most people aren't working on those problems, is XState. XState's goal is proper state machine architecture in the very formal sense. So state visualizers with really complex diagrams to see all the ways things go. This is all of the code for a fetch. As you can see, that's 39 lines of code for a fetch, and you have to write your own type definitions on top of it. Don't use this for store or for server state. Don't use this for simple state machines and values you want to synchronize between things. Use this because you have some very complex, custom, absurd shit, and you want a diagram that lines up with the machine that you can use to obsess over it. I have found very few use cases where this level of architecting your state is necessary. It can be very useful, but you need to have so much complexity in your state that introducing this makes it simpler to reason about, because you are inherently introducing complexity when you introduce something like XState. So be careful when you add in something like this. But if you know what you're doing and you know your problem sucks, it can work really well. Trash just mentioned in chat that he likes it, but it falls apart with sibling machine communication, which means you have a greater machine and then children machines for different things within your app. I do that all of the time with Zustand. Every single day in Ping, we have a greater Zustand store that is the device manager, and we have substores for random shit in the call. All of these things interact by calling functions to and from each other, and it's fine. the boundaries that we're defining there are usually React itself, and using Zustan's context provider as well as like the store instantiation protocol or methods that they provide. It's pretty easy for me to build a state machine for one thing and have it interact in simple ways with the other things. So highly recommend trying other things that are simpler until you hit the limits of them. You'll notice that that's generally my philosophy, but what you're going to see here is how I'm applying it, which is start with use state, use React query and things like it for the server state side. And then when you can't use state because you're running the specific problems with it, grab Jodi and grab Zustand. I hope that this helps. Any other questions? Can you have access to the sheets? Absolutely. All you have to do is subscribe and ask me in the sub-only channel. For those that don't know, I run a channel in the Discord server that is subscriber only. That channel allows you to have access to all of the things I post here, random code screen shares that I'll do when I'm doing crazy things like moving ping over to TRPC. It's the place where I just vent and talk shit. It's the coolest channel in the Discord by far. And if you're not subscribed right now, you don't have access to it. If you subscribe on Twitch and then link your Twitch account to your Discord account, you have access to a lot more fun stuff in the Discord. So make sure you subscribe, link your Twitch account over, and then you'll have access. Also to the YouTube people, I'm going to be adding, what are they called? Members soon, I promise. And hopefully we'll find a way to link that over. But for now, subscribing on Twitch is still the best bet. Thank you, Corkscrew, for the sub. Super appreciate that, as well as Lucas. Got to turn on my overlay again so we can see all of the alerts coming up for people. The T3 Club is very cool. If you do a Tier 3 subscription, you have access to a private channel I actually turned on push notifications for. So if you want to get to my phone directly, that's the channel to do it on. I'm content. Think that was a good talk. It's going to be obnoxious to cut that one down. I can already tell. RxJS is best for beard stroking. Yep. Most of those crazy, like, I find that a lot of people who are building state machines are doing it less for, how do I put it? A lot of the state machine conversations are less about how do we solve the state problem we have, more how do we make a thing that solves every possible problem ever. Look at how cool I am with this insane state machine. It even works for games. I don't like those conversations. They're too common and they're too annoying. I want specific focus problems or solutions to the specific focus problems that I'm having. React Query solves a large number of problems, but there are a bunch it doesn't solve. The built-in state in React solves a large number of problems, but there are problems it doesn't solve. Because of that, there are some problems that I need to reach for, or some solutions I need to reach for, because of that subset of problems that neither of those two things solve. So I start with those things, I use them as best I can, and then I move to other solutions when they stop working for me. I think that's all I got. This was a fun one. Definitely happy to be streaming again. Sorry for missing my first Wednesday in forever, but I was doing presentations and shit. I had a lot of fun on this stream. Make sure you hop by Jacob's Twitter space later. Let me share his Twitter so y'all could see that when it happens. I'll probably be stopping by. I might even be trying to use my new setup for that with like the Bluetooth mode built in. So stay tuned for that. Thank you guys all again. Let's go figure out who we're raiding. Make sure I have this muted so we don't have any audio chaos. Why is the camera upside down? Weirdos. I get this. I get the sidebar to work. What the hell? Okay, it was too big. Who are we rating? Otto's live. We're rating Otto for sure. So that's easy. Thank you guys all again for stopping by. See y'all next week. Peace out. And here we go.